Wow. We actually
Did you time it right?
No.
No.
Not at all. I did not time it correctly. I missed him by that much. I'm very shocked, but I had to wait till the bars went
I
up.
see.
Anyway, hi. This is Rain 20. I know what number it is. So, number 20. We're loud. We've got the funny thing. All right. But before we get into it, I will still shout out the patrons here, because if I forget, it's not getting in the video version. Because that would require post-facto edifying. Anyway.
Oh no.
Rain, the AP, brought to you by patrons like Adam Hart, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV9000, Justice the Fae, Kaiser, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Rise of Kenji, Ro, Robin Trevor, some guy named Bob, and Vern the Crow. If you like what you do, support us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dallas clicks slightly loudly.
Oh, it didn't play. What the hell?
What's up?
Yeah. There it goes.
There it is.
Yeah, that's what I
Trying to
figured.
God damn it.
You gotta be careful with them soundboards, but Dallas's PC is apparently melting, so we're going to get as much done as we can with the time we have. Where we last left off, House Logi were triumphantly the winners of the Grand Melee.
We did
Good for
it.
you! Yay!
Yay!
Confetti thrown at you and stuff.
They greatly applauded.
You got a big cup. And yes, lauded, cheered, etc. Doing great. Again, despite the fact that some of you were a little beat up. Luckily, Nicola didn't have to actually be in the tournament because he's very beat up. But you guys, all head back to Torchlight Hall. You have, because the Grand Melee was double booked basically, the whole afternoon slot. You have probably a few hours of rest, around the dinner hour before the challenge of conundrums. So you have time to settle in, treat your wounds, throw your gear around, discuss amongst yourselves, whatever. Otherwise, you'll get a chance to eat, wash up, and appear for, some after dinner, not funnies. Funnies is later, but
I mean,
brain tinglers.
I know mechanically it does not matter, but Nicola would probably be still in the medical tent.
Probably not, because they're gonna send you home. Like you've been cleaned in bandages. You don't need to worry about infection right away. I think somebody made a heal trick on that, but like that happened like right away after the match. So like,
gotcha.
They're.
I just know, I know animal wounds can get a bit fucky wucky.
Well, these are magical, so.
Magical animal wounds are especially fucky wucky.
They don't have bacteria; they just have curses.
No, luckily you don't seem cursed. You did, and you've undone all the damage. Well, actually, technically, Nicola is jinxed anyway, but that's not new. But you've recovered all the damage from your doing your Cortal Circle forward. Curses, yes. But like I said, if Nicola didn't insist on wanting to stay for the final match, they probably would have shipped you home already. But I think you did want to stay.
Yeah, I was too paranoid to not stay.
Yeah. So, Nicola, you return with the crew and are probably like,
And Loth has died.
Something killed
First
Loth.
of all, give Logesh the Heimlich with your bad arm and no other arm.
Sorry.
He's really
I've
having a good
noticed
time.
Loth.
Heimlich kick!
No, some saliva built up, and I tried to swallow, but it wanted to go down the wrong pipe. Oh.
You gotta be careful about that.
No, curses, no!
Ow.
Anyway,
Can't breathe.
Loth's just gonna keep doing this no matter what.
Nicola. Yeah, he's coughing. You want him
What,
to
dying?
explode?
I meant everything else.
He's not doing anything else. He's dying.
He's laughing at everything.
Nicola's
He's not
Just because you don't have any joy. That's not true, actually.
You can't
Max
just
laughs
say
all
that
the
to
time.
me. You understand
I
how
can't-
deeply that hurts me.
I can't.
Oh, then you should be wary of saying about things about other people, Axe.
I know. I can't even finish the joke though, because I'm just like. It's just not even true. There's no punch in the remark. Axe laughs all the time. Actually, even admit when he laughs at very stupid things. But anyway, Nicola should probably get some bed rest before dinner.
Yeah.
Get his one good arm up in a sling. That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Luckily, you have handfuls of attendants. And actually,
I will definitely be putting my prosthetic in.
Put that one up in the
and you
sling
have
also.
your kind of like attendant Olympia to probably like make sure you don't die.
I will thank her graciously.
Yeah.
As she probably can one hand like football carry me.
But the rest of you, like I said, you have some free time before, if any of you wish to go to conundrums and have your brains teased.
Yeah,
Double
it's
that
not.
last time, yes.
Yeah, no, you got that. But also, there'll be a dinner at some point. But other than that, you're free and clear.
How long? So is conundrums up now?
No, I was saying you got a few hours of free time.
Logesh will be in the library studying up how to counterspell.
Okay. He immediately gets home and starts reading.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? Anything you want to do with this moment in time?
Oh.
I'm all fucking sleep. Honestly, I'll probably sleep through dinner at this point.
We'll have to make sure you get some
I
food. It's
guess
important.
Before going, Leslok's probably gonna see if we just have any books on fairies.
If you want to borrow some, I do.
Your library?
No, Nicola would definitely
Nicola
have a
probably,
few.
Yeah. But guess what?
So
You're asleep.
If you ask Olympia, she'll probably let you. Probably. Wait, no, yeah, you're the Marquis. Of course she'll let you.
Yes.
Secrets
anything
Image is
specific you want to know about fairies?
How to cook them.
I don't have books on that.
Probably
That's
the
a whole
usual
I
way.
recommend a good white wine.
I guess it
Maybe
was
you're
more,
right.
I guess, about their traditions and I guess a lot of like their unspoken rules.
Well, their unspoken rules are unspoken.
But are they unwritten?
I do not imagine that the Fae partake in completely mundane such as writing.
They do have. I mean, Elvish has a written form, but without even needing to make any rolls, generally the Forest Fae do not communicate to each other in the form of writing. True, they are, kindred of the wild and distant places. So your orderly concepts like roads, boundaries, social norms, they're all just frippery and theater to them.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they only write to confuse us.
That would be a pretty good psyop. They invented a written form of their language just so that they could show humans something they can't fucking read. Oh, you think you're so fancy with your letters and your words? Get a load of this, human.
I still believe the Fae would like poetry and other things like that to actually at least have written stuff for.
But you don't need to
collection.
write to do poetry. That's called
Right.
oral tradition.
Yeah.
I was thinking more that they invented a language so that they could write things so that we would believe that's what they were thinking when they're not actually thinking it.
That's too many layers. I can't handle this.
But it's the Fae, so of course there's too many layers.
Anyway,
like an
yeah,
onion.
s- honestly, the limited literature that Nicola's been able to scrape up, probably visiting Ferretti, is probably very much formed in like how-to book. It's not like Miss Manners or anything, but
How to not piss off the Fae.
yeah, Nicola's probably one step above like literal children's fairy stories to like more practical advice of like scholars being like, okay, here's the rules. Don't give a Fae your name. Never accept gifts from a Fae. If you want a Fae to fuck off, hang an iron horseshoe over your door. Like, shit like that. If you want the Fae to like you, leave milk and cream out at midnight.
You're right
Don't
from
fuck with the
Fae,
circles.
Throw down a bunch of rice.
No, they don't have to count rice.
If you see a Fae at a crown, run.
Yeah, I think the rice thing was actually a junk sheet, which is specifically more kind of necromancy.
Yeah.
If you are standing at
Wait,
a
you're reading
crossroads,
Lead.
do not talk
That's
to
right.
old women in shawls. If you see a procession of phantom horses, get out of the way. You do not have right of way. Do not step in a ring of mushrooms, etc., stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like pretty typical stuff. Like if you want more specific things on that, you're gonna have to give me some more specific questions. I think it's all mentioned in the houses section on them as a kindred that like most humans who've heard of the Fae probably understand the concept of winter and summer. The fairies kind of like arbitrarily divide themselves into two courts to have opposing viewpoints that kind of like represent their different grasps of nature. Summer is the court of, warmth and growth, but also wrath. And, winter is the court of like hardship and, death, sorrow, but also, caution, peace.
Yeah. I will get back to this. I have the thought in my head. I just can't put it into words. So just
Sure,
another time.
come back to it. You've secured, like I said, what Nicholas got in it. Also, definitely yes. This is something that would be in all the notes. It is explicitly like the fairies. One of their like literature probably can't describe whether or not it's like part of a fundamental like part of their being on a like a spiritual level, or it's just like a law that was put on them by their patron deity. But fairies hate the touch of cold iron. Even the amount of iron in a steel alloy will be uncomfortable to them. And so basically it is listed as like the one surefire way. If you want to get a fairy to fuck off, threaten them with an iron weapon. They do not like this, so you should only do it when you've exhausted all your other possibilities, but they're not very keen on it.
Great. I made a friend today.
She was trying to maim us, at least.
What's the I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of a what's the hearsay on fairy grudges?
Oh, well, you want to watch out for those. Fae are literally immortal unless killed, so they have very long memories. It's entirely possible that a fairy will forget they have a grudge with you for about 50 years, and they'll come back when you're old and gray. Or remember, a couple generations down the line.
I just realized something.
What's up?
That means my great-grandfather is probably still alive.
Yeah.
Or great-grandmother. Sorry, great-grandmother.
Yes.
Anyway,
Only about like 100 years ago, or like 120.
But also, yeah, I'm not sure about generational math. But
it
also,
doesn't
like I
matter.
said,
They're immortal.
The main thing, is that like I said, fairies remember their debts. Grudges are like a debt. But also, most Fae, like I said, because they're immortal, they don't usually feel any sense of urgency to anything. Fairies don't usually rush to do anything. It's more of on a whim. So, like, if you appear, before Lady Redcap, she'll remember, hey, That's that pretty boy who tried to throttle me with a steel chain. I'm gonna go kick his ass. And she might use her fucking wicked wild fairy magic. Yes, allied tribes, 10 high. Any specific question you wanted answered with that?
No, I was just like, I was asking things about grudge and stuff. It's like, I probably should have actually made a roll for that.
Like I said, you guys have some common knowledge stuff in your
Yeah.
library. Another thing you may want to think about in future if you're thinking about researching is maybe not in your current materials, but somebody might want to go in the tank somewhere and look up stuff. Like I said before, I think Leslok did whiff his knowledge sorcery roll to have any specifics, but all of you were unfamiliar with whatever that technique was where you assume it was Lady Faerun because the Lady Redcap did not, Harmonian did not directly employ any sorcery against you. But you have not seen any application of magic that looks exactly like that fog effect.
Mhm.
You know that, for example, I think you guys are well-versed enough, you know about them to know that, like, wind witches can summon a fog or a mist, but usually they have to be, like, in the immediate area, pulling it to them. It's, like, centered on them. That was, like, a centered on an area effect.
Weather still has to be right for that.
Yes. I will say, during the ride/walk home, I'm not entirely sure how we got here, but Inos has been visibly irate and somewhat distracted. And if no one says anything, he is going to probably go shut himself up in his workshop.
No, I think after this, everyone deserves time to themselves.
Something troubling you, Enos. More than the normal stuff.
I have to ask, did I forgot the name of Aren's character.
Konrad.
Konrad, thank you. It's like, did Konrad follow like Enos to his workshop, or did he stop him before?
Probably be on the carriage ride home, or
Oh, okay.
since that's when you mentioned like he'd be like mopey or however
Visibly
you want to put
upset.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, Enos will, I'm assuming that he was like looking out the window, and then he like turned his eyes to Konrad, looks at everyone in turn, looks out the window. It's like, I don't like it. It's like, I don't like it one bit. The whole Count Ferretti business. What was that man thinking? The way that he was acting when he came out, tells me that he's either acting the fool or being the villain. What? You're telling me you don't see it?
No, just trying to think about.
No,
I mean, for all I can see, it's just like maybe he's not playing on the same tune as the rest of us. I mean, heck, if he has to deal with those sort of people all the time.
Konrad, Enos is gonna cut Konrad off. It's like, and that's the point. If he is someone that is so used to dealing with said people, he should be better warned and prepared to deal with their intricacies. Yet he was not.
I think Count Ferretti is much more akin to a fool than a villain in this situation.
But in these cases, one is not necessarily better than the other.
No, that's true.
I feel like at this point, Aurelia, who's, been with you because you've just come from the melee, like, shrugs and says, sadly, Enos, there's no test requirement to be appointed head of a great house. No offense, brother.
None taken.
So, and unless you wish to push for the good count to retire, we will be stuck dealing with him for, I would say at least several years to come.
Something that is important to understand is in the eyes of the Fae, we are all children. People to be
Mercilessly toyed with and attacked at their whimsy.
sometimes.
Ah, yes, sounds like wonderful companions to have in the city with you. My dear Marquess, it's like, I don't mean to rush, but once we are done with this business in the capital, I think it'd be very wise for us to leave as soon as possible.
Do you think it's better than we actually ignore the tour?
No, like I said, I doubt you've been requested by His Majesty to accompany that, and it would do you good. But I think the further we can get away from Count Ferretti and his guests, the better.
Inos, I have a question for you. Do you think I have full power of the Iron Demons?
No, you don't. You have their friendship.
Then why should we assume Lord Ferretti has power over the Fae?
Inos just sighs. He's like, because... Cousin, do you think that I'm going to go and do whatever I want in here without necessarily regarding the consequences of my actions?
No, but I see the Fae as something quite more vast than all of the Iron Demons.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, then.
They have their own land. They have their own kingdom, like their own queendom. Like
So do
I don't know
the
how
Fae.
large it is.
So do
I've-
the Iron Demons.
Yes, I know. This is
I
why I
wouldn't say
said before
vast, I would say older. And I mean that literally.
Oh, please.
I think what the Marquess is trying to get at is that the fairies are not bound by our normal understanding of geography. They technically live mostly, if you believe them anyway, on the other side. So I've never tried, but the way Mother talks about it, this is Aurelia talking, by the way, because that wasn't clear.
Yeah.
The way Mother talks about it is that if you were to open a gap and step over, you would be usually in the country of fairy. And she says that even though she's from the Cauldron, which is quite far from here. Does that mean that all of fairy is as big as all of Troy-Caron? Or does it just mean that when you step over to the other side, you end up in fairy no matter where you are in Troy-Caron? I don't know. I don't think I can know. She, waves a hand at Leslok. He's probably best to be asked about it, but I don't think breaching was ever your area of expertise. You're much better with all your fiddly little dowsings and clairvoyances.
Also,
She said dismissively
isn't
in a way that's
breaching or anything like that against the Covenant.
Well, we are not supposed to just go ripping holes in. It's very impolite. I guess, though, for Lady Farron, it's just, opening your door back into your house? It's all very confusing.
Yeah, so that's what you're all gonna do, is just gonna shrug and go, that's fairies, and go about your lives. I see.
No, I'm gonna get a cold iron studded club for the next time they come around.
Well,
At least
So it's
someone's
Conrad's answer for today.
I mean,
I don't think
cousin,
anyone is dismissing your concerns, Enos.
Really?
The situation is precarious.
It's more the question of if I were to write. Fae, like most people, are best taken on a case-by-case basis. Do I have any love for Lady Faerun? No, not particularly. I'd like to think I would be able to fight her if she came back, but I probably wouldn't. But I don't have the ability to do anything to pursue that.
Inos just says, I see. And then turns to look out the window and doesn't say anything to anyone else the rest of the trip.
I think is the good.
And as we return to the manor, storms off to his workshop and slams the door.
Yeah, I think at that point when the conversation kind of fields, Moira, who is quiet, says, "Well, don't know much about fairies. I would recommend, though, you're all good Norlon boys and girls. Keep a little bit of Norlon steel close to you. They don't like it. And you, stop eating that."
I don't think it'd make him feel better, but
Oh, he'll get over it. I'm going to go to bed.
I mean, there are limits to what one person can do. I mean, you're the Marquess. You could always order your men to make a punitive attack against the Glintwood, if you think that'd help.
so
I actually
no,
will
because
start laughing out loud. And then I go
Yeah,
up to
it
my
doesn't
room.
sound too good.
it wouldn't do anything considering I don't even know how vast how all the Fae courts are, and it's obvious that there's more than just one.
So you got to look at it a matter of scope. I mean, when you get back to Stonehearth, you could, declare a personal censure against what'd you say her name was? Harmonia?
Oh, Lady Redcap.
Yeah, whichever you
Pick
prefer.
up
I mean,
whichever
you
one.
could describe a good sketch, put out a personal warrant. I don't think fairies ever show up in Teine other than maybe inside a stone ring. I've heard stories about, old wailing women at the crossroads, but never run into one myself. I will say, technically, Enos is correct, though, in that, well, I should say, Enos and several others are correct in sequence. Sorry, I'm not always good with my letters. The fairies are not necessarily bound by geography, which does mean they supposedly can pop out anywhere. They don't usually pop out on places that aren't milieu, and in particular, the Forester territories. I don't really know why they don't, crop up much in Crown, other than maybe once upon a time they were allergic to dragonfire, as most people are. But once you return to Norlon soil, they'd have to really go out of their way to get you, which does mean if you do wish to be safe from this little incident, Enos is correct. You should get back on your boats and go out. Actually, I think honestly being on the ocean probably works too. I don't think I've ever heard of a fairy attack on the sea.
It'd only work if someone opened a rift, but doing that's the whole thing. Though, I think some of the Fae are good at doing that.
Not that I wish to stress you out now, but food for thought, your lordship. Wouldn't that be difficult on account of the fact that the boat is also moving? Like if the rift is just geographically in one spot. Food for thought. Think about that one later.
They are very stationary.
Always be ready for prepared. Always be prepared for untold circumstances. I have, dealt with mermen who decided to jump up on deck once.
I do actually need to learn about the history and the culture of the mer before other matters, but that's tangential.
Make a little roll.
All I know is I like my idea the best.
I mean, yours is the most practical, even a bit brutish.
Hey, I said a club, just so I'm not killing them unless I mean to. Don't
Fair.
want to, kill no Fae dignitary or anything like that.
Fair,
really
you break
piss
all
them
their
off.
bones.
No, just bunk them on the head until they go unconscious.
If you want to make friends, The old story my old grandpa used to say was leave out a dish of cream. But also, I grew up with a blacksmith, so yeah.
I don't think that matters to
Hang
say
horseshoes.
nobles. I'd be just to like less any of the other like sorts, but
Yeah, wasn't the
Sure, you
cream
can roll
like
more.
for having clean up your shop or something like that?
like he's not wrong. But that I think that applies to almost anyone.
It's true.
That's very similar to our Dragonfire comment. I don't know who would be annoyed, but not necessarily hurt by a bucket of horse shit. 3s. That should be good enough. I didn't set a difficulty ahead of time. So
I'll be right
like
back.
obviously, coal and iron is the thing that they dislike the most. Probably what you want to do if you want to ward them off is there's a handful of tools and stuff that they don't like. There's, like I said, the horseshoe, is a good trick. There's also certain plants that will ward them off. Blackberry bush is a good one. I think
it's better that we just consider the options and look at things we have ahead of us right now.
Maybe I phrased my questioning wrong.
Run it back.
Is there anything I could do to basically pettily annoy this person without directly doing something violent against them?
You want to like minorly hex them.
I don't think you know any
to that effect.
sorcery with that. Allegedly, fairies have a strong connection to name magic. So like, depending on, you would assume that since Harmonia said she was granted the name, Knight of Peace, that Harmonia is not her true name. If you stood in front of a mirror and yelled her name a lot, that might annoy her, but also that probably counts as an invitation for her to pop out and be like, hey, quit that shit. I don't think there's a lot, supposedly with Lady Faerun, the two of them have gone back to the other side and are in Fairy now, so they're kind of out of your immediate reach. What I was going to actually say, I think earlier before the conversation petered again, was like, hypothetically, the High King, for instance, asked Freddy to intervene on that point, and the other one, Akrasia, the one who was granted the title Knight of Love, she bore a message back to the Fairy Queen. You could write the Fairy Queen a letter and be like, hey, your handmaiden was depending on how you phrase it, slightly rude to us, and her knight caused us inconvenience.
I have an idea.
She was very discourteous, a poor showing of the Winter Court.
Her knight took an attempt on our lives.
No. I have a better idea. I want to write a letter that is extremely complimentary towards Lady Faerun in the most backhanded way possible.
I think you can easily do this. Do you have Elvish as a language?
I do.
Then that would be a language Elvish roll.
Okay.
You find that Elvish is a tongue which seems constructed from the base grammar to be very good at backhanded compliments.
I had a feeling.
You don't know how they managed to bake that one in, but yeah, you can like dictate or take sessions out of your scribbling. It's a little difficult with your arm raised up, and you can write it in your head.
That's a good roll. Triple sixes.
Yes, you can compose a very devious, backhanded, complimentary letter. You're not exactly sure how best to get it in the hands of a fairy, but you could try the King's Couriers or wait. You do have Kaelano delivering your messages to Norlon should be back in a few days.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna guess that dinner is gonna be very somber because Nicola's laying down and may sleep through it, and I assume Inos does not come out of his workshop to eat.
Nope.
So like it may be a little lower tuned than normal.
I'm going to make sure food is left out for him. If it's outside his door, so he can take it at his own pace.
Yeah, he probably gets a knock and a tray of food, even if he doesn't want to, like I said, take it up right away.
While Inos is working on, while Inos is in his workshop, he is gonna fiddle around with the broken rapier, see if like how malleable is it and whatnot. It's like if I wanted to do anything with it, would I actually have to like melt it down?
The main quality of Metagris is it's very light. It's already been established. It's like half the normal weight. So, you would probably, it's been shattered by force, so you would probably need to take a fire to it. You don't know what the working temperature is, but it is definitely needs it. Honestly, you would probably say, while it appears that when it is like prepared through whatever fairy means they have, it becomes quite strong. You would actually compare its composition, studying it to like closer to something like lead or silver, like definitely castable. You might be able to do like a low forging on it, but probably not cold forged.
I would actually probably have to get it like heated up and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, you're in a goldsmithing workshop, so you've probably got that equipment on you. Gold has a fairly low melting point, but like I said, it's like you think that the metagrease is a bit like a lead or a silver.
Yeah, I'm gonna insult this weapon. I'm gonna melt this weapon down, and I'm going to implement it in the music box.
Interesting. Please give me a smithing. Well, you don't have to do it right now, I guess.
No.
But if you're gonna do it, I would say go for one of your expertise rolls.
Just to clarify, you want me to make an additional roll on top of the roll I'm gonna be doing to make the music box? For this?
Yeah, probably. You've never worked with this material before. You need to like properly handle it and melt it down. I will say will add to your point total. It is also in my notes that the metagrease is also another, as discussed, +3 wealth or +1 treasure value.
Let me double check. My goldsmithing is at.
Also, even as elaborate as your music box is, a full 3-ish foot rapier blade, even shattered, with like hilt ornaments as well, probably a little more than you need. So you might have some material left over as well.
Okay. Let's see. I got 8 dice. Let me make sure I have this. Tend your tools. Correct. Okay. Note to self, I need to awaken my tools at one point, but
you need to take your Nicola time. Get your 6-hour casting in.
2 9s.
2 9s.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
So fast.
Your best set is 2 9s. So you got a lot of other dice in there.
3 sets, no.
Yeah, you can easily
7s, 8s, and 9s.
It's been fun. Almost got 10s in there too, but
yeah.
Anyway. Yes, no, you can easily melt this down and have it like poured into a mold or reforged into an ingot you can use for later, and you guesstimate you will still have some small samples left over.
Yeah, so this will have
after you're done with it.
It will have orichalcum and metagrease in it. Excellent.
Yeah, blending gold and silver.
just in my head thinking, just everyone's like having dinner and just Inos making fucking war crimes against the Fae.
No, it's not a war crime. It's a grievous insult.
Yes.
Ah. Man, I can't wait to enjoy my music. Ah!
No, look, me and Inos have similar thought processes. We just went about it different ways.
Kind of, yes.
The best way to get at someone who's immortal and doesn't give a shit is to ruin their reputation. Embarrass them.
This actually does remind me. Did you, because obviously Ferretti apologized in person, did you ask to get a personal apology from the crew as well, from the Ferretti team? I can't remember now.
Oh, no, we did not.
No.
Okay.
Because they didn't do shit.
Well, they
I
said the wrong thing, but I'm gonna chalk that up to, you know, children being fools.
Look, saying the wrong thing around a Fae is not exactly hard.
Yeah, to say in the form, blah, 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 fuck. Ignore me.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. He started his rap album.
All right.
That's not his rap album.
But no.
No, sorry. That's my coffee.
Inos will be, like I said, he'll be working with the metal grease, adjusting his plans slightly. I forget, did I put in the order for the objects this day or yesterday? I cannot remember. Because
I think that was this morning.
Okay, because I think we said it was going to take about 3 days for all
material.
my commissions to be, for all the commissions to be done. I can actually put together, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and also I should say that currently I believe I have it down that your plan for your, garden party, which will include the ice cream social effect, will be the day after the festival, after the 5th day.
Yes.
So I would like everybody to, primarily Enos because you're organizing it, but I think you ran it by these guys to think about your invitation list again.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be right now, but like I said, the notes currently go up through the end of day 5.
What day are we on right now?
This is the end of day 3.
Day 3. Okay.
All right.
End of the 3rd day. Chong, chong.
Damn it! I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't know how to say it.
You guys are all having fun. Okay, so
Sorry.
anybody who wants to go to Conundrums, that'll be at the Royal Archives.
Me.
Okay.
Let's do this.
All right, so that's Logesh, Leslok. Anybody else want to go?
Nah. Konrad's making his new club.
Konrad has invented the Tetsuo.
Oh, God.
And you can't invent the nail bat just because at this point I think we're at like the equivalent of like cricket mallets and cricket bats. So
Yeah.
It's a different kind of bat.
you can stud an iron pole, that's for sure. Anyway, those of you who do not want to go to Conundrums, feel free to think about what you're doing, though I think Nicola's answer is still going to be slep. I'm going to pause and step away for a second, and when we get back, it'll be Conundrums time. Riddle me this, Warg man. Excellent. All right. So, those of you going to Conundrums, which I believe at this stage is as just stated, Leslok, Logesh. Very good.
Yeah.
So you head on down to the East Parlor after dinner. It's kind of cozy. You got a parlor. Got some pictures, got some tables. There's a little a side setting with hot carob, shortbread, tea cakes.
Cake.
Too late.
Quaint. You chose to be emo.
Mr. Chance.
You chose to be emo.
I am being emo.
Oh, God.
There you go.
Listen, I gotta be dramatic.
My crawl.
Ironically,
No. But I would say that
I would say
You're both
less
pretty
Linkin
great.
Park, more Evanescence for Enos.
Oh, probably.
I wish I
Wake
had.
me
Never
up.
mind.
Can't wake up. Save me!
Leslok and Logesh do notice at this event that you're pretty sure that, in fact, because of Leslok's, powerful memory powers, you were at the meeting when this event was picked.
Yeah.
So you're like reasonably certain that the Lord Chamberlain and the Royal Librarian were supposed to host this. Given how the Grand Melee turned out, Count Ferretti does not appear. He appears to have withdrawn for the evening. Instead, Lord Verity, as the Royal Librarian, is joined by the Lady Magister, Bijou Oro. And so the structure for this is pretty straightforward. There's different levels to this sort of thing, and I don't actually, to save us time, I did not compose a real riddle puzzle because, the stakes are not that high. But
Yeah.
the structure of this goes in a couple of layers. In terms of, the kind of like pseudo Regency Napoleonic period we're going through, conundrums is basically the equivalent of what we would think of as riddle games in real life. Short, comedic, or lighthearted answers. Stuff like, what has a face and 2 hands but no arms and legs?
Clock.
What's at the end of rainbow? The letter W. Stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. The trick questions, yeah.
Yeah, basic wordplay type riddles. The next up is charades, which are not the silent charades you might be familiar with, but more of like short phrases or poems where, the speaker describes the sounds in a word and puts emphasis on them so you can decode the intended words. Very like the kind of thing that you can see why, as our entertainment industry advanced, is no longer a common parlor game. We clearly have no more attention span for that. And then what are actually called riddles in this time period is way more elaborate. It's basically a puzzle poem. It's multiple stanzas that results in the answer. We're not going to solve any riddles, actually.
Yeah.
Lucky's too dumb for that shit.
If you have one, I'd be curious to look at it, but not.
I didn't want to write them. I can dig you up examples of like actual Jane Austen type riddles, but they're like I said, I read the definition and I'm like, okay, we're definitely not doing that because, like I said, it's basically like you write a multiple stanza poem that's like, you figure out the sound. This should be some sort of sense skill, whichever you'd like to use: hearing, scrutinize, empathy. You can also roll raw knowledge with no skill and just hope your giant brain can solve them.
I think I'll do empathy. Like understanding.
You know what? Even though I've got a higher dice pool in sight, I think I'm going to go with empathy as well. Because it makes more sense this way.
Yeah.
Besides empathy are the same for me, so.
Yeah, it's only one more D10 for me. No!
For other people, there's a handful of characters.
Holy shit!
He does get trip 10s. Pretty good.
Just remember, the zombies are always going to come for him first.
I don't know why. I'm just thinking just Leslok, just because the dancing banana's there. He's just too peanut butter and jelly. Because he won.
Aren, what did you say?
Just remember, the zombies are going to come for you first.
No.
What kind of zombies?
The one that want brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're going to eat your brains.
That's my sense pool.
Let me roll a couple of bets.
Also, I'm pretty sure I have a higher knowledge than Leslok.
Okay.
What are the...
Paloma Espada is pretty good, but not as good as you.
Same.
And Oro, that's right. Because in terms of ears, I gotta stop typing. In addition to the roll poly switch, sometimes I try to type poly and I type poly instead.
Boy. Don't worry, I get from and form always mixed up.
Okay,
don't know why.
Gets 8, so he's like, I'll say this at least. So far, Leslok, clear winner, but most of the people who have dice are not dying on this hill.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're just
Leslok's having too much fun.
saw the brain path.
I mean, to be fair, after everything that's happened, like with the Grand Melee and that surprise upset, you're like, oh, thank God. Something somewhat relaxing.
Oh, thank the seventh.
Paz Oro is just rolled. That was just her rolling her knowledge. Yes, she has 5 knowledge. No, I will not be taking questions at this time.
Good for her.
No match, though. Wordplay, not her strong suit. Just for the hell of it, because we're going to want to see. Yeah, no. Kevis has a master die in Scrutinize, so he can make that 2 9s, but yeah, he's not really here to show off. He's just here to hang out. But Leslok was so cool, he had to put a little bit of effort into it. So yeah, no. Even when you know, the Royal Librarian and the Lady Magister show you their strongest tongue twisters, their strongest brain benders. No, you come out on top. You are the undisputed king of conundrums.
Nerd.
But as I said, most of the other people involved do at least get a couple of right answers in. You know, you don't stomp all over the competition. So in general, it's a pretty good moment that is, like, honestly pseudo relaxing. You know, like, you drink, you know, the equivalent of hot chocolate. You get to eat little cakes and cookies. And you know, solve riddles by firelight.
And I just remembered, Logesh is too old. He can't actually participate in this, so he's just part of the audience trying to solve it.
Was gonna fight you about trying to solve it. You don't get, you know, points for it, but
oh yeah,
you're Leslok's Cavalier, so it's expected for you to be around. So you know, you flexed your brain. You didn't actually answer.
You tried to play along.
Yeah. It's the same feeling of like when you and your family would sit down and watch like The Price is Right. You're like, I know what the answer is. Well, not The Price is Right. Like just any game show really.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune, baby.
This is
Jeopardy.
That's what I say whenever my customers try and guess the price. I'm like, where do you use Price is Right rules here? Did you inform the host of your guess? No, you lose.
1001.
1 cent. Anyway, as is usual, the evening competition does include a schedule for the next day. So day 4 is announced. The Royal Librarian, you know, kind of straightens his cravat and informs you that they're going to be mixing things up a little bit since they had to make room for the Grand Melee. They're actually going to start with the Quattram tournament in the morning. And then after that, at mid-morning, will be marksmanship. Then lunch, and then the afternoon will involve the foot race, then the unarmed competition, with the informal, you know, jest contest happening in the evening.
I honestly won't be doing mostly any of those. I will probably participate in the Quattram tournament just for the hell of it.
Weren't you like
I got midway
semi-finalist last time? Yeah.
I think I was quarter.
You get an expectant look from Logesh. Make me proud.
I will try. I just don't have any strategy.
Yeah.
It's going to be 4 dice.
Adapt. Learn on the fly.
Actually, let's see.
I will try.
All right. So you guys return. Anybody going to do anything in the rest of their evening, or is it just like... Keep in mind, you guys have had a long day. You had 2 fake fights and 1 real, possibly life-threatening fight. So...
No, I'm definitely not doing anything.
Yeah.
Inos is gonna go find Cam Lucy and spend time with her. Maybe, I don't know, go out of town with her or something.
Get a drink at a pub. That's fair.
Konrad is going to make there be more sightings of Wargman.
Oh boy, we're starting. Okay.
It begins.
Pretty much, without like actually confronting the gang, I'm just trying to kind of make them more antsy and nervous.
Okay.
He's being tactical.
You know, I like rules. Go ahead and make me a command plus intimidate roll. Let's see how scary you are tonight.
Logesh will probably just be doing his, just relaxing, studying.
Logesh, your studies are interrupted very briefly.
By Walkman.
No,
Walkman.
No, the Wargman is out being like very scary in the shadows. You know, like I said, following the new street boys and other ne'er do wells, just being generally creepifying.
Pray to me.
So what is my studies interrupted by?
One little Huron Logi comes in and says, "'Cause, you know, I was wondering, fancy a little bit of Quattrum?" It's like, you know, 9 o'clock at night.
I'm always up for a game of Quattrum.
Huron kind of, you know, scratches his head. I think I've described him before as having, you know, close cropped hair. You know, kind of says, it's not really my strong suit, but you know, I figure I would put forward my abilities tomorrow.
That's admirable.
All right. So he's going to roll knowledge plus tactics.
Can I roll knowledge plus tactics, but also try to make sure that when Logesh is playing, he's trying to not really teach, but lead Huron into like making good moves, kind of thing?
Yes, you can try that. Go ahead and roll your knowledge.
Teach the boy while you beat his ass.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna actually no. Holy shit, he's got the power, the Logi power on his side. 6s.
2 6s.
Right, I forgot.
He is tactics 1, knowledge 2.
Family of underdogs.
I'm gonna use my master die as a 10.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, obviously you have Huron well within your power, Logesh. Like you could turn this game around at any time, but with your stated goal of trying to like lead him into thinking better and doing better strategies, you can basically, if you wish to, let him win, but in such a way that you let him win by like exposing your tactics, you know. And like I said, you didn't necessarily say you're keeping this a secret, so you can like explain your moves as well as part of a teaching.
Yeah. That is specifically what he will be doing. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you know,
because
you can lead him down this path.
Huron has come forward and said this is to brush up for tomorrow. He didn't say this was for recreation.
Yeah.
So yeah, he will be using this as a teaching exercise.
All right. And we'll give Huron some bonus dice tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, he managed to actually, you know, clock it in and then puts up a good front.
Hold on, where is it? Yeah.
All right. So Inos is, you know...
Sorry, Leslok. I have another horse in the race.
That's fine. I wasn't expected to get far.
Oh, don't you worry. You've got stern competition already.
Yeah, I have a feeling Logi might not be taking this one. Although knowing our house's ability to just do random bullshit, maybe.
Well, I'm just saying I don't know what how much knowledge Leslok has built up, but
it's 4.
Yeah,
I have no strategy, so it's just 4 dice, but it's
tactics, but yeah.
I have neither tactics or strategy.
Yeah, they are 2 separate skills in this.
Yes,
but
I have neither.
While she's not the greatest in the world, Aurelia did not come to Logesh to practice because she actually has a few dice in there.
Yeah, because I if there was a game based on strategy, I could probably do decently because I have dice in that. I do not have tactics.
What is the Civ equivalent in Norway?
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
We call it 4X.
Like strategy is explicitly like in game. The skill strategy is explicitly like long-term engagements, logistic, and obviously like strategic planning, but in like a actual like military campaign sense. I don't know how you would gain
I
that
also
other than like.
interpreted, and tell me if this is wrong, Omega. I interpreted it as to not be strictly military, like limited. Like if you wanted to do some kind of like political strategy or like kind of campaign, would that be strategy, or am I incorrect?
No, I believe that would also still be strategy. Like tactics is very, very explicitly like personal combat, small unit tactics. Strategy is, it can be used for large scale military engagements, but is the skill that is associated with like any kind of like long term planning.
It's the Tyrion Lannister skill.
Tactics win battles, strategy wins wars.
Yes. And it does say straight up winning by avoiding conflict altogether. So like it includes tactics and strategies that are not strictly speaking purely combative. So you can use it for like trying to figure that out. So yeah, but like I said, I don't know what unless you invent actual like 0th edition Dungeons and Dragons. You invent the narrative war game. I don't know if there is a gamified version of strategy yet. But yes, we've got to make risk. I mean, honestly, Troycron would break up into a risk board pretty good.
Dibs on the cans.
But yes, okay. I think that will be the 99th then. Then let us continue. That's right. To day 4. Sorry, I had to take a second because I went down to double check people's stats. So day 4, got some stuff going on. Now you may recall from your memory that last time for you, day 4 had a large formal mass. That is not happening. This year.
No.
Instead, the High Council has elected to have the houses have smaller religious observances in their own time before and after breakfast, and then move on to contests. So, if you guys want, you might consider a small prayer circle. I'm pretty sure you guys haven't brought a priest with you, so you're probably going to need to like get Nicola to use his lay religious abilities.
I would volunteer to lead it, as I do have a lot of that's lore, right? Is religious knowledge?
General practices, yeah. You can also have an actual student of religion, but I don't think anybody in your house has that.
No, but that is a lot of why Nicola has lore, so...
Leslok has lore for a different reason, so I don't think he would apply.
Will volunteer to...
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Aurelia has student religion at 1, but that's it.
Probably still have a better pool, I'm gonna guess.
Is the religious observance like just for the noble families, or is it for the whole city?
The city will probably be having smaller temples, yeah. So you could conceivably go out.
Yeah, Konrad would probably go to the nearest local temple, church, whatever it is.
Good question. Would you want to go to the big blimmin' cathedral, or would you prefer because Lampclair is so big that it probably has a couple of smaller churches.
Probably be the nearer, or at least for Konrad, we could probably go to the nearer one. He doesn't mind rubbing shoulders with the common folk necessarily.
Yeah, so you probably popped onto the. Actually, this is a good question. Let's see. I gotta do some world building on the fly here. Actually, honestly, the Celestial District probably has a smaller, less grand, but still very nice temple to the 7. And probably you get some overlap with the Gold District as well there. It's not the 7 Stars Cathedral, but it is, very robust because I'm just thinking to myself, there may be times when the individual houses may want a smaller, more private venue to, hold a mass or a service than go to the equivalent of like, well, honestly, the equivalent of like Notre Dame Cathedral. Because you're not like, necessarily the biggest and fanciest, though the Seven Stars Cathedral is certainly the oldest church in Lampclair, but, you know, something a little more reserved, but yeah. Catch up there. Anybody else want to go out, or like I said, will we have just, you know...
Inos will go out, but he will definitely go specifically looking for oh god, what's the name of the silent ones, the ones that take the silent vows of silence and whatnot for Dea Tacita?
Penitents.
Wow.
Yeah, the penitent orders. Did I actually say
penitent signs a thing? Yeah.
Specific name? No, not in these notes.
Yeah. Well, he will go do a religious observant to Dea Tacita with those folk, and then immediately go.
There's probably a shrine. Yes.
Yes.
I will still offer a in-house thing for any of the servants or people that are interested.
But I also have a very important question. What's the level of florist in these times?
Well, if you recall, I think it was last session was when we talked about it. You had your whole lesson. I might have been 2 sessions ago, but there was a whole lesson. Actually, no, it would have been 2, but it was 2 or 3. A whole lesson in the language
we had
of
the
flowers.
whole flower arrangement thing.
Yeah, so like there is definitely a industry in selling bouquets, other private flower arrangings, that kind of stuff.
Bouquet.
Inos is gonna go buy a bouquet of flowers.
Right.
Hopefully in meanings of, I'm sorry I whacked you with my chain during a fight.
Yeah, I'm not...
Very specific.
Something
Sorry for aggression.
Blue or maybe a pink of embarrassment.
Oh, that's what you want to say? Okay, so we got these ones over here specifically that say that.
Yes, I
mean, I did talk about before how, like, when you were briefed on the language of flowers, you know, I think it was the physician lady Ferretti brought it up that, like, there's a lot of different places that you know, the exact messages often depends on where you're getting from. Like, literally some of these flower shops in, like, the Gold District are also, like, want to sell you their own little book on the language of flowers that are all different. So, you know,
jeez.
They might... No, actually, like I said, I did some research for this. While there are generally accepted, like, broad terms, a lot of it turned into, like, a little cottage industry where just different shops would just come up with their own thing. So...
What's Dr. Luca's favorite color? Is it, like, red?
Deep red, yes.
Deep red.
Yeah.
Crimson.
Remember, vampire
She wears
girl.
a scarlet or a crimson as opposed to, you know...
All right, I'll get a
usual
bouquet in
colors.
pinks and dark reds.
Very solid.
Roses.
Yes.
And then I will make my way to wherever the Quattram contest is being held.
Yeah, I can look at where it was 3 years ago, but I just realized that in my notes that I did not write down where it was, which is weird because usually I do.
It was in, like, a library, I think.
Yeah, I think it's in the Royal Archives was last, because that's, like...
Yeah, last time
quiet.
it was in the archives, so... I don't know why I remember that.
Who else wishes to show up to Quattram?
Nicola will probably make a point to show... Is it in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nicola will probably make a point to show up, just so people realize he's not dead.
Fair.
Of course, Logesh is there to see the fruits of the family.
Nicola will be walking with a cane.
I'm nodding. And obviously Inos will be there for reasons. Konrad?
Nah.
You've bet Quattro. Okay.
Even though I think my dice pool has gone up. Don't think so. Not this year.
Better than 4 dice?
I'm at 5.
Better than yours, yeah.
Yeah, you have a better chance than me.
Hey, guess what? I literally put this in my notes talking about like who the favorites are. So while she will be attending to watch because her brother's in it, Noctiluca respectfully withdraws because while she can apply, she has won a previous year.
Mm-hmm.
But I literally put in my notes, there's a ton of possible students with approximately 5 dice total in tactic. Like, there's just the nature of, like, picking packages between, like, nobles, fighters, and officer training, which is what most of these kids have, a lot of people end up with approximately 5D in tactics one way or another. So there's going to be a crowd in the middle range, which is why, like I said, it's very funny that Conrad's like, oh, I got 5. Yeah, so do lots of people. You would guess, based on what people are whispering about thereabouts, that the only person with a slight edge is one Katita Pantera, who has slightly more. And you would recall Katita Pantera as, the sprinter who ended up getting soloed by Huron.
Oh. When Huron the gods were just like, no, have all the dice.
I stand firm.
I wonder if that kid's secretly a chosen one.
Standing here.
I mean, we'll see if we get that far tonight.
Huron is actually the protagonist of this story.
I genuinely, as a result of how, because I'm pretty sure he only did like middling at the fencing tournament, but because he like showed up pretty good at the Grand Melee, I actually had to write some new plot notes that we may get to.
I just wonder if he's actually the Joshua of the plot. If that means anything.
There's a lot of Joshuas.
Anybody who is participating, feel free to roll knowledge plus tactics.
I almost did ploy.
Yeah.
It's infecting other people.
I'm going to see how I would have done just for...
Katita Pantera gets 9s.
I got 2s. So I'm making quarters again.
Middle of the road again. Aurelia's 5d10, like most fucking people. Jesus Christ! She really didn't need those lessons.
I guess Aurelia might win this.
Someone's gonna beat 3 10s or like 3 7s.
2 10s.
I would have gotten 1s.
Come on, Huron. Go well.
I will also give Huron, because he rolled like 3 10s to teach him, I will also give him 5 dice, so basically 2 bonus dice. Okay, nice.
Wow.
Second place.
Wow.
Or third, maybe.
These kids are nuts.
Oh, I think he's gotta... right now, with the way the dice are going, it has to be Huron v. Aurelia in the final after Huron beats Katita Pantera again.
Oh, really? It was the one with the 10s? Okay, sorry. I didn't hear that.
Because she got 9s as well, so...
Gotcha.
So Huron and Katita Pantera are either going to be mortal enemies or end up married. This is my firm belief.
Clearly, they're going to be both.
Yeah.
I mean, she's one
into
years
the other
senior, but, you guys have some wiggle room.
Give it a decade.
Rival lovers.
I've chosen the rivals to lovers path. I see.
See, anybody else with funny haha dice pool? Actually, once again, speaking of having extra knowledge, Paz Oro doesn't have any tactics, but she does have 5D of brain, so
she could just brain it.
Brain power.
Yeah, 3s.
Better than me.
Probably, manages to barely squeak out a win against Leslok in the middle of the pack, and then immediately gets beaten by people who actually play this game.
It makes sense. The people who are like basically
I've won
like
through logic.
Yeah,
there's actually strategy to this.
Like
I played into just textbook perfect, like literally textbook.
It's like I
But
fell into that gambit because I forgot that gambit also worked in this case. So I guess I've already lost.
Yeah, no. So I think it's everybody I want to roll for, because I'm like I said, there's so many of these statted NPCs who, like I said, have 4 or 5D in tactics. We won't run it out, but yeah, I like the way it plays out. Where like, kind of surprising, because like I said, I don't know if anybody really favored her. While it has been a source of motivation for Leslok, as a debutante, Aurelia has been kind of middle of the pack. She's kind of spooky. That does it for some people. That's it's interesting. That goes.
She got us the win for the melee.
Yeah, and she technically scored you the tactical win on the melee. So that was a big pull. But yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting her to come out swinging. But guess what? We'll say 10 years of watching her big brothers and cousins play Quattrarm has really paid off.
Great second.
I mean, she's got 2 10s, so she's the
Oh,
highest.
it's okay. I could keep track of what you were saying. Who was?
No, yeah, Aurelia blocks it in. Like I said, she probably, just because I like the plot hook of that, she probably fights Huron's 210s in the finals and wins over him after Huron gets a draw.
I do have one
from
question
Katina Pantera.
because I imagine. Well, would she actually be in this? I don't know. Would Alestra have participated?
Probably not, because she does not have any points in tactics. I did double check for her.
Gotcha.
She's like knowledge 2 or 3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's knowledge 3, but does not have any tactics, so she probably wouldn't have entered unless you told her to.
I wouldn't. I'm not telling her to do anything. She can do what she wants.
Yeah, no, it is not her forte. She has her knowledge skills are in much different areas.
I'm not going to be that kind of overbearing sibling.
You're not going to say anything, but you're just going to think it really loud.
No, I'm going to be the kind of overbearing sibling that finds out what she does like and then supports her in the most embarrassing way possible.
No, how precious.
How annoying.
Both
That's
correct.
the point.
I was saying my sex mind kind of sardonically.
But that is Quattrarms. So hey, Logi takes another win.
Woo!
Yeah.
Inos will definitely find
Tactics
time
too, taking a building a legacy.
find Dr. Luca and deliver the bouquet with his sincere apologies. He knows that it was, during a combat and whatnot, but he still has regrets.
Feels a little bit bad.
Well, I will graciously accept the flowers. Especially since, she kind of over dramatically kind of tilts up her nose and gets a little fakely hurt about it. Especially since I did lose to the eventual winners. I must say, Lady Oro was a little disappointed we could not get farther, but I think we did surprise everybody we could. And perhaps your side, probably she points over to where, Aurelia is winning the final match. Perhaps your side has more tactical know-how than people think. Right. That means that next is going to the Old Fort for marksmanship. A classic.
Oh boy.
Bows and crossbows preferred, but guns and throws are still available. Aiming at straw targets, you can score in a variety of ways. This is going to be overseen by the Lord Chancellor. It's Marquess Espada. Though those of you who are,
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Those of you who are observant and in attendance will note that there do seem to be a few extra crown constables around today.
Bless you.
Jeez, sorry. Fuck.
Inos needs to stop sniffing the straw targets.
I met with Lady Remedius, right?
Oh no, clearly it's something in the fucking bouquet. Whew.
Yeah, you got shit. You got fucking blasted by perfume when you went in there, I bet.
I bet.
Also, no, I do not believe you've actually had.
No,
your
I thought I
meeting
did right
yet.
before the Grand
Actually, no,
Melee.
that's right. You had a meeting right before the tournament with her. Did you?
You beat me to
I'm
it,
trying to
Loth.
remember. Did you want to set up a?
No, because I had said she invited me by letter. That was the meeting.
Okay. Yes.
So I'll probably save my last meeting for tomorrow then.
All right.
Sorry.
I mean, I think she would probably drop you a line, about your injury. Like if you want to come by, after you've had a day of rest to have somebody, change your bandages. And make sure your
I'll
healing's going
definitely
okay.
swing by, but there's no need to roleplay it out as busy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, good.
Enos actually after the Qualtron tournament is going to return to his workshop, and he's going
10 marksmanship. Got it.
Yep. And he is actually going to start the prep work on the music box.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the day of, I'm gonna try and get as much as I can done before the rest of the parts show up and whatnot.
So yeah, probably working on the the box part, the actual container, making sure you've got the dimensions, following your sketches, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
On that note, I would probably send a note to Alias apologizing for my inability and asking if he has any time free tomorrow. Or
Yes.
would I address it to
get
Alias or his secretary? I mean,
you'd send it to him. Like you'd go through there.
Okay.
He would probably send you a note back saying that in the late morning, prior to lunchtime, he would be free. Though on the 5th day, it does appear that they intend to do their little, seminars type thing. So if you wanted to, you could pop down to the office of the post first and get in. But all right, anybody attending marksmanship?
Yes.
All right.
I will be watching marksmanship.
No, Konrad is in the smithy at the house.
Oh.
Because I'm not joking. I'm making that club.
Yeah.
Does
roll me a blacksmith.
Alestra want to go watch it, or what does she want to do?
Alestra would probably want to watch.
Then I'll
She
probably
has
go
a
with her.
single die in firearms. She might try pistoling. She's probably not going to win, but
Yeah, she
it is
can
a
try
skill
if
she
wants.
possesses.
Got it.
Two eights, 2 3s.
Yep. I think I said this before I stepped away, but I'm pretty sure Big Club has stats in the book somewhere. So
It does.
make sure to note on your sheet. Yes, you have large club of iron.
Big club iron.
Probably be
Or
going for
whatever.
more like a one-handed one, though. Not necessarily.
Does
a
iron have
two-handed
any
one.
effect on me?
No.
Okay.
Your
You're
blood is
merely
thinner.
fey-blooded. You do not have a special.
Good.
You don't
That would
have
be
that
a funny problem to add, being allergic to iron.
You don't have that etheric composition.
But yeah,
Honestly,
no,
I'm
you can go.
considering
You can
adding
go
it.
for, if you don't want to go for like a big two-handed club. You can go for like a invent the fucking what do they call it?
Baton?
No, Tekon is the fist, but like like an iron baton.
Yeah, I'm figuring it's like just a stout piece of wood with like bands of iron around it. So
Yeah. But yeah, no, you've invented a very very sturdy, iron fighting rod.
Did you make it iron core to like a wooden?
I'll make it.
Did you put iron core in the wooden
I don't
stick?
know if iron coring is easy with this tech level.
Speaking realistically, would that be a disadvantage I could take?
I mean, it would have been. I think it's a little late to start adding problems.
Okay. No
But
problem.
yes, that probably would make sense to add as a problem for being fabled. But
And like
also,
a
I don't
shock
know.
round.
I don't know how you would have survived Norlon being allergic to iron. It's kind of your thing.
Well, I will say this: throughout the entire campaign, I have not worn any iron weapons or worn any iron armor or used any iron weapons.
I'm pretty sure you had normal daggers at some point in the game.
No, because I had a stone dagger spell.
You didn't have that.
I
as
started with
a
that.
kid. I think you got some knives.
Oh, probably as a kid, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that's not correct, but it has not
Fair enough.
been a major deal about you. But
It'd be a difference if you're just getting stabbed than you actually
Sorry.
touching it.
So anyway, we got distracted by not to say
Is
anything
anyone
bad about
else
it.
in
We
the
got
Logi
unrouted
family
to,
going to participate?
let me check.
Remember, some of the kids from the melee are way better at using a rifle.
Let's see,
Well,
Aurelia
if
throw 3, so she'll probably go.
I assume Ocula is going to be there.
Well, actually, yeah, but Leslok asked about Logi members, so that's we've moved elsewhere in my notes. Yeah, Aurelia will go. Like I said, she's got 3 in throwing. Sadly, straw targets don't have names, so she can't use soul-seeking arrow.
It'd be funny if you had a way to make it where it's like use the target specific things. You just put
Sadly, it is part of the fluff of the spell. You have to speak the name of the target you want the thing to hit.
I guess if it's, could you do that for like a generic creature? You just say like warg or I guess undead.
I think you can address it to just like that guy over there, but it has to be like a discrete thing. But let me see. Yerwin's coordination stats are nothing ranged. Alestra does, as noted, have firearms 1. She's only coordination 2, but she'll probably show up for that. Let's see, Thorin. Also firearms 2. Okay, so he will probably show up and do a little bit of rifle shooting. And technically, Corelia Blaka is a ward of your house. She has 2 in throw. She can throw spears. So you do got a few.
Man, I wish I wasn't too old. I think I have one of the better scores in the entire house.
How old are you?
20.
Yeah, he's over the cutoff.
Yeah. I'm 1 year younger than Logesh.
So your usual blocks, are pretty notable. Egan Ferretti is quite adept at a longbow. Agnar Blodak, she is probably the best at throwing hatchets. And honestly, other than some of the members of Logi, Akila Marin is probably the best at firearms. At pistoling specifically. Though Leslok, you will note, for fun, that once again, Kepis Verity is here, and he seems to know a surprising amount about which end of a pistol to hold. As in, he knows which end is the correct one.
I remember
which I don't think anybody here would probably have pegged him for, other than you, because you speak to him regularly.
Yeah, I remember also the boy that. Yeah.
Nope, don't mind me. My brain wanted to make a joke.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
heard it too.
I'm trying to remember his name, but the one that was paired with her in the melee.
That was Thorin, I said before. He's got 2 in firearms.
You know who probably would have a great throwing score, I would assume? Paz Oro.
Actually, that is a good question. What is Paz's throw score?
Alchemy, throw random bullshit.
I don't think she's like super high level on it.
Because I know what's his face. Her attendant had a ridiculous throwing score.
I guess she's got 3 in it. She's only coordination 2 though. But
my pool's only 6, so I
don't. Even though she has a good score, I don't think Paz Oro would be in attendance because I don't think she is trying to excel in throwing knives or jars. But yeah, so you can go ahead and roll whichever ranged weapon pool you would like to. Leslok, that's the name I'm looking for.
Do it. 7s.
And I just said what everybody's pool was, yeah. So Aurelia's 5d10.
I hope Aurelia doesn't. Oh.
Well, 2 10s again. It looks like it's her day. She is technically in a different sector than you, because like I said, she's got throwing. And I assume you're pistol shooting?
Yes.
Leslok? Okay.
I thought they could do with rifles as well, because there's no separation there, but yeah.
This would be Thorin with firearms. 5s.
5s.
He can strike the target pretty good. He is specifically probably shooting with musket or carbine. And then let me.
Do we actually have carbines right now? Because I only know of arquebus.
Yeah. There's a carbine version of the arquebus because there's.
Oh yeah.
It's
Right, the arquebus is the heavier one.
Yeah, shorter barrel, lighter build because it's designed for cavalrymen. Let's see. That's right. Agnar Bloodaxe, he is very good at throwing. Because life path options are very funny.
Only 8s. And 5s.
Yeah, okay. So Aurelia is higher peaks than him, but he has a lot of extra stuff. He, by the way, is only coordination 3, but does have throw 5.
Wow.
He has a lot of time throwing axes.
He hasn't even a ranged option. He can just throw his axe.
It's true.
So me and him have the same pool then.
Yeah.
Nice.
Though I will
Respect.
say, he's much better at the other end, which is he also has three dice in weapon skill axe and is oh that's right, Agnar Bloodexy is fight 6, body 4.
Oh yeah, no.
Jesus.
I may have 5 thrown, but I have a 0 dagger.
I knew I liked
Yeah,
it for a reason.
Agnar, even at only age 19, is like his stat spread is he is built for a very specific way. You want him to do stuff that's not something like endurance, fight, vigor, weapon skill. I don't know about that one, Chief. I guess he's got a decent student navigation pool, and he can like use his ears pretty good. But he's only sense 2, and like he's got like 1 in lie, couple in graces.
Required. They're requirements.
His only knowledge skill that is not like language or healing is he's got 1 in tactics and like student navigation 3. So like
Student
brain
axe.
trust he isn't, but axe good axe, throw axe. Let me see. Did I scroll? No, I did not scroll too far. That's right. Okay. Egan Ferretti, coordination plus bows. A pretty normal pool. 3 coordinate, 3 bows. 7s? Probably, I don't think anybody else here is actually using bows, so probably still takes the bow league.
Does anyone in Northern actually use a bow?
House Eich is known for crossbowmen.
Yeah, no, I definitely use a bow. No, it's great.
Yeah, nobody in your house, I think, bothers to use a bow.
That's not what I'm...
Clearly, you need to use your legs.
Yeah, I draw the bow with my legs.
I mean, like, actually, technically, with a crossbow, you could do it that way. You know,
Oh
set
no,
it
crossbow
down,
I could use, but
pull
an
it back with
actual
your
bow,
boot.
I literally.
I mean, because I think this counts for what Axe was asking as well. Bows and crossbows are both the same weapon skill in this, so yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is under guns for Akilamarin.
She takes guns.
But you got 7s, right?
Yeah, I have 7s.
Yeah. So I think out of all my favorite characters,
I guess I have a higher ratio and he got more shots off.
I mean, no, it's pretty simple. She fires faster, but you fire more accurately. So like she probably does a very impressive, quick draw both barrels, but you actually, can draw down, aim, and fire pretty readily. So yeah, no. This is technically your second win with marksmanship, Leslok, but I believe you literally tied with Konrad last time.
Yes.
So this is your first solo win. You do actually take the victory. Aurelia does actually manage to come out on top with throwing. She's very good at throwing knives. Once again, it's like, actually, that's not true. I was about to say, none of you remember seeing her practice. Honestly, actually, I think it's been discussed. Nicola has seen her practice throwing.
Yeah, no, I think I've explicitly said I've helped her with practicing.
Yeah, I think that did come up the last time it came up that she had a pool in throw. Was like, you'd be like, oh, well, she ever asks for tips. And I think that Aurelia would probably ask Nicola for tips on throwing knives before anybody else in the family.
Valid.
Look, I can't do a lot in a fight, but I can throw.
I imagine that like she probably gets a big clap on the back that nearly throws her flat from Agnar, because he's a jolly sort. But yeah, and like I said, Egan takes.
I will
the
give her
bow
a
trophy.
one-arm hug.
Yeah. So like I said, Aurelia's having a great day. Which is good, because I think there were a couple times in the last, was it 1 or 2 rounds in a row that she failed to actually cast Heart-Seeking Blade?
I think it was only 1 round.
Yeah.
But
So like she's had some stuff, and she's not real good at hitting people pools yet, but we'll get there. All right. That means break for lunch. And then...
I will join the family for lunch.
Yep.
After probably taking a quick pit stop to make sure all my dressings are properly done.
Yeah. In fact, let's roll Healy for you. Let's see. I don't actually. This is a plan thing I have to catch up on, but I have we're still unpacking. I almost got all my stuff. I've finally unearthed most of my games chat. So if you're following the Omega Moving Saga, I can now actually put discs back in my PS5 because I've dug up the box they were in. But I plan to catch up on all of the major Lords and High Council members' stat blocks, but I have not done that yet. So let me guesstimate how many we might get in there. So like probably at least that much.
Wait, is Lydia Remedios herself doing it?
Yeah, her or somebody involved. Because like I
I
said,
would be extremely flattered.
You are a student under her wing. Okay, so yeah, we'll call that. Sevens, I think, is our highest. So let me scroll back to the combat chapter. Healing. Characters now they recuperate for a whole day. Here can help him. It rolls success. Any success, 1 point of killing damage is turned into shock at a location of user's choice. Only 1 per day. All right, so yeah, one of your killing is turned to shock.
Okay, so I have 3 killing, 1 shock.
Yep.
I will be very appreciative.
And I could probably get into like if she can heal more with like esoteric disciplines and stuff, but like I said, we're just kind of spitballing here. It's important to note that if you can go a week without taking any more shock damage, or any damage, so don't go casting spells that hurt you, you can automatically convert 1 killing in every limb to shock on its own, no roll.
Okay.
But you need a week of not getting beat up to do that.
So let's hope we don't get attacked again.
So after luncheon, foot race. Inos, Konrad, are you coming out of the pit to observe?
What's the contest?
Foot race first, and then unarmed after.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Conrad's probably done with his thing, so he'll come out.
I don't know if I'd be interested in watching a foot race, but I'd probably watch the unarmed. That sounds fun.
Yep. Yeah, so as usual, the foot race is a couple of different races, but we're all treating it as one roll. There's short dash, about 100 yards. There's full stadium race, about 200 yards. There's a 2-lap race, so that's 400 yards. And then, as established previously, the military run, where you run the full stadium lap, the 200 yards, but in armor carrying a heavy metal shield.
Oh, I remember this. We all sucked at this.
Yeah, I literally, in my notes, most of the Logi kids only have 3 or 4 in run, but most other nobles aren't too much better. Like, running and sprinting is not necessarily a skill most people are formally trained in. Probably your best bet for this is Rocco Focon. What do you got? What's up?
No, I only have 4 in run. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. No, like I said, you and most people, it's a skill that like is important to have at some level, but a lot of your lifestyle does not involve
use her boots?
Sprinting training. I mean, I don't think anybody's admitted she's got the boots. She is known as a fast runner, but I don't know if you want to encourage that.
I don't want to discourage it.
I don't want to encourage it, but I don't want to discourage either.
You want to remain neutral.
Yeah, I'm gonna raid
If I
neutral.
die, tell my wife I said hello.
Fuck!
Konrad will do the military run.
Right. You go ahead and roll me a body plus run.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Aurelia might not win with it because it just gives her a master die. So, like, she'll succeed, but
There you go, 7s.
yeah, you're pretty good. Well, let me find Rocco Focon real quick. For him, see how he does. My brain blanked for a second as I'm looking for names of houses. Yeah, he's only 60-10. No, straight up shit.
That's a terrible lot.
Well, let me double check your house. Yeah, no. Yeah, really great runners. I mean, let's roll and see how she does it. Yeah, she'd make it best 2 4s. Aurelia can probably finish the short dash, but even with her magic boots, is not necessarily going to be winning.
Didn't have a good start.
Yeah, she only got 1D in run, so like. She's okay at it.
Konrad's just like, well, I was running around in armor yesterday. I'm going to run around in armor today too.
Yeah. Like I said, you clock it in. And I think actually that is a change up because I think as Dallas said, I don't actually remember if you guys succeeded last time.
No, this was hilarious. I think Konrad might have succeeded.
No, I got it straight.
Right, no, that's because I know this event we all horribly beefed.
We all tried it.
Yeah, I think that's how it went last time. Was most of you were like, we could do a full race, we could got this, and then it was just like, no,
we can't.
Yeah, so yeah, Konrad, you come back. You've clinched it. You've been practicing literally for years for that. So all in all, everything's coming up Logi. So next is the unarmed displayed.
You can't pay me to be part of this. I've been given many joking death sentences by many people participating in this one.
I mean, you can try. I just don't think you've got it. What's your?
I don't want to
fight or yeah.
I don't want to do it.
You're good. You don't need to.
Yeah.
So
I'm tempted to participate again.
Well, you're not supposed to, but
I know.
You can always try and duck in. So we got two blocks technically, striking and wrestling.
Wait, Omega.
Fighter, coordination plus an arm, or grappling.
So, are there any rules about masked fighters?
I knew the moment you said, "Wait a minute." I'm fairly certain because of the style of wrestling, you're not supposed to wear a head covering. Like it's supposed to be like stripped to like shorts and shirt sleeves.
So no El Santo?
No, I do not think El Santo.
Oh.
I mean, what's your lie pool?
My lie pool?
Yeah.
Let me check.
To pull off a disguise. How good are you at that?
My pool would be 4.
Didn't you have an ability to change your face?
To pull off a disguise, my pool would be 5 because of glamour.
Wasn't there an alchemy spell to change your face and stuff?
There is. I do not know if.
Yes, I do not have it yet.
But yeah, I don't.
So
how long
would that take change though?
It is. But no, I'm not gonna go that much into it.
Konrad will specifically participate in the striking.
All right.
Yeah.
Your choice of body plus fight or coordination plus unarmed.
Yeah, unarmed.
Oh,
This is another one that's very fun. So, like, as I said before, Agnar Bloodaxe has probably the strongest overall pool. He's body 4, fight 6.
Jesus Christ!
Well, I was second to him last time.
Yeah.
But that was with wrestling. This time I'm actually boxing, so I don't even know if I'm in the same category as him.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, in fights, Aspel Biscone has a master die, which we'll be playing later, and she is striking because she's punching. Technically a little bit of kicking, but I don't think she gets to use her sailor foot techniques in this. Capus Verity has a little bit of pugilism training, but he's probably not going to stand up to there. But for grappling, as I said before, Magon Escuchan and Mostron Baison seem to have some formal grappling training as well. So let's roll the full 10d10, not 1d10, for Agnar. And yeah, he's normally in wrestling, so that's probably where he's going to go. 6s, just 2 6s? Yeah,
there's a second set, but that doesn't.
Yeah, it's 4s, so it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Yeah, he's missing a 5.
6, 6, 8, 10. Yeah.
And a 7.
Missing.
So like reliable, but not too half out there. Let me find out exactly what Aspel Viscons got exactly. Yes, she still needs 60. But she's got a master die in fight. Well, she can make 8s. Let me roll also for Ostermaren, because he's got one more die. And I'm going to write plus 10, because he's got an expert die. No, it didn't help him. A lot of 2s, though.
3 2s, yeah.
A lot of 2s. Then Magon.
Technically, if she fought him, he would hit her first and actually break. No, she just have it break the 4 sets, so technically you still win.
Well, it isn't combat, so I don't think you're breaking sets.
Yeah. We're not actually doing it that way, but
I know.
is Magon. Is that correct? Yeah, 3 and 3. So he's got 60-10 in grappling. See if he can beat Agnar's 6s. Oh, 10s, yeah. Surprising what fun stuff you can do with an actual pool. Yeah, so Konrad, in pugilism, you go down somewhere probably in the middle. Mm-hmm. Actually, let me check how Capus Verity does real quick. You can definitely defeat, you got a better roll than Ostermaren, so you get farther than him. I may actually get him in the front. But, again, Aspel Biscone is a very disciplined fighter. She can't make full use of, like I said, like her sailor foot kicking techniques, because it's supposed to be, striking with punches only, but a lot of the fundamentals are still there. But people are slightly surprised when Magon Escuchan does employ his similar to what he used on Leslok yesterday. Rolling him up, manages to employ dex to defeat strength, as they say. So yeah, Konrad gets a respectable score in the middle.
Yep. Considering I only had 1 dot in fighting.
Yeah.
Or not. In arm fighting, so. Or 1 rank, whatever.
Then the break is for dinner, and then the last is the jest. And we want to go out for jesting.
You know what? It's been weird. It's been stressful. I'll go jest. I'll see if they can make me laugh.
Go see a dirty limerick.
Konrad staying in, probably having a hot bath after all the earlier
The
activities.
was a lovely ass who had quite a nice ass. I can't remember the rest of it.
Forget how the rest of it goes, but your mother's no.
But in the end,
Choking on a bass.
hoe.
I think this is all quite crass.
Indeed.
Anyway.
All right, so Logesh will attend. Anybody else want to go?
To which one? Sorry.
Jest.
Comedy.
I will attend as well. It should be amusing.
That is the goal, yes.
Yes. I'm going as just
sauna.
As a palate cleanser, just something nice.
Yeah. You know, it has been a tense couple of days.
Yeah, no, I need a break.
No one else is speaking up.
Yes, he acts typing. Okay. Yeah, honestly, if you guys aren't going to participate, we won't even get into the roles. It's a pleasant eve to go into our elegant conservatory room. So not actually in the gardens this year, but you know, glass features overlooking the gardens in a crisp spring night. The High King and the King's Cavalier are there, and Count Freddy does show up, though it looks like maybe the Lord Chamberlain is not in a joking mood himself. But, you know, he gets into the funnies as the night goes on. I don't think many of these NPCs have good jesty skills. But you never know. Well, actually, Aaron Wayland has like a couple, so we got a few people. But I didn't really single anybody out because I felt like strongly you would not necessarily be showing up in force today. Sorry, that's me correcting my bones. So, you know, the rest of you spend your... Sorry, I yawned. Evening handling things. Oddly enough, the older two gentle lads, you know, are the ones...
Gentle Logis.
Gentle Logis? I need to say
We're gonna
that
find
also
more
as
ways to
five
shove it into
TF2.
anything.
Gentle Logi?
My Logis. Okay,
No,
I'll stop.
we are my brogies.
Okay,
Oh!
all right, hang this man.
Sorry.
What's so bad? I need to take a bio break. Oh, fuck you.
The lamp. Yes, you have a squad of lamplighters with you. They execute Nicola via's firing squad. Now his new character, Bricola Logi. Not Logi,
With my last breath, I curse you.
My last breath, I curse Zoidberg.
Any other evening tide activities?
Enos will take dinner at the Star Club.
All right, good. Actually, getting out of your hole.
Mm-hmm.
Conrad will continue to prowl the streets as Wargman.
All right, I would make you roll again, but you're sufficiently spooky.
Yeah.
By this point, this is what, like the third night you've tried this trick, I think technically.
Yeah, what I'm kind of trying to do is I'm trying to lure as many of them out away from that tavern I spotted, so I can, you know, go have a quote unquote talk with whoever's left.
Yeah, and that's what I want to say is that by this point, by the third night, that strategy is probably working. You are starting to see larger and larger groups of the gang on the streets. Like, you know, by the first couple nights, they are probably like not going anywhere alone, but now they're like, you know, 5 or 6 man squads hit the streets, which, you know, causes them their own problems as they feel like they get into more skiffles, they get into more street fights and dust ups and like have to dodge the crown constables more. But, you know, they the rumors in the night. They're being stalked by the wolf-headed man.
Yeah.
So they're like, man, I don't know what's up. So they're not quite, completely emptied out. Like, there's probably still a dozen gang members at the pub right now, but they're definitely starting to like bulk up.
That's good.
Yeah, they're not quite, fully paranoid, but they're definitely like, man, shit's weird. Nobody goes out alone. Actually, no, it's probably more like, man, it's weird, right? Isn't it? Nobody goes out with this voice, yeah.
Yeah.
We're the New Street Boys, eh?
We're New Street.
We don't take no guff
from no Ponzi.
What are we going to do to get rid of these people?
I'll tell you what we do. We kill the Batman.
We kill the warg of the shadow.
That's just a legend. It ain't real.
I think it's a very bad idea.
Gas.
I am the knight.
Fade to black punching sounds.
Egad!
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a scene if you don't want to get into roleplay, but I definitely want to say, Inos, if you're dining out at the Atoll Club, Princess Estelle is there tonight.
Oh.
And does dine. She probably, waves to you to say hi, but if you don't want to,
No, if she waves, and I don't have anything like particular topics to speak with her about, but is Paloma there as well? I'm assuming she is.
Yeah.
Okay. But he will join if they're amenable. He will join them for what are they doing? Eating, drinking tea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Join them for the meal and enjoy, polite, bleh. A polite conversation. I'm pretty sure he will talk about the battle, the grand melee with Paloma, express his surprise at seeing Princess Estelle in the match. He'll probably recount what happened under the Vogue. I'm pretty. Actually, have people like really actually found out what has happened under the veil of the fog?
I don't think. Let's see. You guys explained it to the High King in his presence. There weren't a lot of hangers on. So no, probably not a lot of stories coming out just yet.
So I would imagine they would be curious about that. So Enos would probably explain that.
And in fact, if somebody wanted to, since it's been a whole day, roll Sense Plus Hearing to like hear what people are saying, if anything, about the Grand Melee. You guys can do that.
I would like to do that.
But yeah, no. That's what I was gonna say. Is Estelle probably just wants to like recap the tournament?
I would like to, but I don't know if I should.
She is what you call it? Like kind of simultaneously like proud but humble. Like you say, oh, you were quite surprised to see her once at least.
Yeah.
You were surprised to see her, so she's kind of like preening a little bit, like, oh yes, it was quite a surprise. But then she obviously is like, but not good enough to win. Kind of pats Pillow on the shoulder and says, sorry to bring you down, cuz. And she's like, no, not at all. We wouldn't have had enough people without your assistance. By the way, I do hope the Marquess is okay. As you saw, Lord Escutcheon is quite good at the close combat.
Enos will, conspiratorially wink and it's like, oh, the Marquis is just fine. He did some pre-match preparations to make sure he wouldn't be as injured by anything. But yes, Enos will basically remark that said the events of the Grand Melee has made him reconsider his attitudes towards his martial prowess. He's mentions that you'll probably see him more often in the what do we call the area? Like a sparring ring, training room? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if it could be a gymnasium, but do you think I said it's a sparring ring?
Yes, putting in rounds in the sparring ring. It's like he will he'll throw down sort of a how do I want to put it? It's like, yeah, he'll probably put it like he'll said if they ever wish to match their blades against his chains, he will. He could use the experience. I guess the best way.
Paloma will probably like very seriously think about it. Your chain technique is very refined, but she will probably candidly say that right now she's trying to think of a counter to Konrad's style. She's perfectly versed in a quick draw, but I cannot carry spare rapiers everywhere.
Inos is just gonna kind of give her a flat look and say, like, then get an unbreakable one.
Well, that is possible.
It's like
something unbreakable. Might want to make this. Oh.
I mean, she is the house that does have access.
I know. I'm about to say this is why Inos is giving her that flat sentence. Like you're from House of Spot. Your House of Spot, the family that runs the Adamant Gate that holds the secret to adamantium, the unbreakable metal. It's like, but I will say, from my understanding, such weapons are heavy, very heavy. Might be giving up one weakness for another, but.
As for rumors, yeah,
yes.
You hear vague things that filter in. There's probably two minds to the rumors.
Mm-hmm.
Like the more sensationalist common folk rumors are. I'm trying to think how the local people probably aren't that disinclined to Ferretti specifically.
Mm-hmm.
They're a lot closer. One of their major cities is like the next trading port over if you go west. So, they know the people from Forrester. And you guys are, north and stoic and distant. But so it's probably not, straight up like, oh, House, Forrester, cheated by using witchcraft to summon. But it's probably more like, and yeah, somehow probably the fairy rumor has got out, but like the stories are probably more along the lines of like the fight between you and Ferretti was interrupted by fairies. Mm-hmm. The stories are unclear as if like House Ferretti would not fight fairies, or you took them on together, or like Ferretti was taken out by fairies so they could fight you. Like very vague. But the impression seems to be that it was very much a just sudden mystical decision. And the people here live close enough to Forrester lands to know that like sometimes fairies do weird shit. This is why you do those like peasant tricks we talked about, like nail a horseshoe over your door, leave cream out, kind of a stuff. Make sure you grow blackberries in your garden, etc. Like, if you live in an area which has fae activity, coincidentally, in the kind of spooky places where the veil is thinner and more Veiler types are often born, more spooks. You just take a couple bit of extra precautions. Honestly, at this point, like listening to like explicitly like peasant rumors, Inos, this probably catches you as something very similar to like what your own people and the Teine do about like Monstrum in winter. Like there's lots of just like old adages about how not to get by like wargs and frost devils in the winter, right? Like always have your hearth fire on and never let it go out. Like 2 lamps at sundown kind of a thing, like and honestly, the Iron Demons especially, you guys probably have loads of like weird folklore good luck tricks about iron, always wear a piece of iron close to your body kind of a thing, keep an iron nail in your boot sort of stuff, like, so there are a lot of peasant superstitions. Listening in at like the social club and elsewhere in like the Gold and Celestial district, these rumors probably are a little more mean-spirited towards House Ferretti and imply that it was either a conspiracy outright or just a bumble of like, you know, some people do probably try to spin it as like, oh, well, Ferretti knew they couldn't win against Logi because, you know, ex post facto, you guys won the whole thing, you know, so they hired a couple of fairy knights as ringers, or like, you know, the Ferretti team were, you know, always, you know, just 3 fairies in a trench coat or something silly like that, you know, like.
I like that
you
one.
never can tell with them are illusions, them glamours. Maybe the whole team, maybe that's how they beat Verity. And then everybody goes, no, they beat Verity because Verity wasn't very good. One of them refused to fight. All
Yeah,
he did was block turtle strats.
It's like, nah, man, you can't undo that. You can't even screw up that one.
House Ferretti did not have a good team. They had a better team than Verity. But yeah, so yeah. The nobles and upper classes are definitely more along the lines of, like I said, of like it was a trick or a ruse by Ferretti to try and like force a win, but you know, well, they won the whole thing. Clearly those Logi boys are too tough. Never mind, there were 2 Logi lasses in that composition. Saying the Logi boys is just easier. Rumor mill wise, you've only rolled ones, but nobody really does seem to have any idea what the fuck was up with that fog. Just weird fairy tricks, probably.
I kind of want that.
Fairies.
I kind of want that fog as a thing I can do, but that's reaching too far.
Well, you decided to hang out with your girlfriend rather than, you know, go into the lab and study sorcery. So I'm joshing, but I
have time for later.
Yeah, but you know, things to think about. Ancient fairy magics.
Yes.
I will say, you know, because you have student of sorcery, you would assume that, I guess by like family, that whatever those arts are probably closest linked to Veilcraft. It is not Veilcraft as you understand it and have been taught at Leslok, but it is probably like that is probably the like same root of the school.
I could probably make a similar effect, but instead of fog, it's probably more like clouds of shadow.
Yeah. Or just like, you know, I mean, if you want to, you know, Moira did tell you to, you know, think outside the box. If you are thinking outside the box, you know, hypothetically, if you knew the right place, you could like, you know, open a tear to the other side where it happens to be like raining or fogging and have it just come through. Maybe that is like how that technique worked, but also it seemed like there was definitely something oddly, like I said, magical and cohesive. Like if you've, I don't have actually. This is a good role playing question. Leslok, or any of you actually, have you talked with Logesh about his experience with the fog?
I was about to say that Leslok was going after the matter was over, and we were probably going after getting watched a bit. Was probably going to ask about Nicola and Logesh's experiences with the fog.
Yeah. Because Nicola, you probably don't have too much to add. Your perspective was just you jumped through the fog. It felt a little weird, but you managed to, you know, gravity won. For Logesh, your experience, because you tried to roll sense with the penalty, it was very weird.
Yeah.
Like, from your perspective, you did just like Nicola did and hopped the lip of the arena, but somehow, like, even though it was only for like a few heartbeats, you like got completely disoriented and turned around in the fog, and you hopped out of the fog like you were jumping up out of the arena, even though that is the exact opposite of what you intended to do. It was very strange and disorienting.
Is there any similar effects where it's like one space just because it just like it's basically like a tear, but one of the tear just goes back to the way you come in.
You don't. I mean, you can roll your student of sorcery to think, but just from your understanding of Veilcraft, you don't think you could do that directly. You know,
But yeah, it's also probably might be part glamour then because it's also a fog
the
effect.
veil, you understand, right, is like it's one way only. It's you're either here or you're in the other, and the veil kind of like separates those two things.
It's layers upon things. It's not bending space.
Definitely, like theoretically, the veil.
8s?
Oh yeah, 8s. Yeah. So like, I would say maybe a little hint to future stuff, but like, Veilcraft is the sorcery that is associated with Sylvanas, the Wood Lord. It is, he is the god of wild places that are not civilization. Often he is associated with boundaries and roads.
He is
The
associated
veil
with power
itself
some might
is
consider unnatural.
kind of a thing that he made, probably, or was one of the major deities behind. To you, the veil is almost like a tangible barrier, right? Like you can sense it, you can feel it out, and you can manipulate it if you want to. You can interact with it as part of your sorcery. From what you understand from fairies, they have a lot more of a natural grip of like interacting with it. Them going to the other side, moving through the other side is a lot more natural to them. It's just part of like living and breathing to them. If you combined that kind of like natural fairy familiarity with the veil with sorcery, you might be able to do stranger things with space and direction than you are familiar with. Like with 2 8s, you do not have the knowledge base to do this. Like you would have to actually go like
I might need to summon a fairy
deep
and talk
in the
to
way
them.
back. Like, yeah, you would need to talk to a fairy, or you would have to go like deep into the Glintwood and like ask the like forester veilers, like, hey, you guys have been hanging out with the fairies for years. What the fuck is up with that?
The second would be great, but I don't think I have time for that right now. This like current year.
I think it would be hypothetically possible to do things like, well, what if you basically made a second veil, right? What if you just made a smaller veil on top of your regular veil, And maybe that's what Logesh ran into. Or, you could just warp the veil that exists and make it, instead of making it thinner than normal, make it thicker than normal. So, a mundane person like Logesh, no offense, would just, bounce right off. Just like,
Yeah.
Logesh doesn't know anything about Veilcraft sorcery. He definitely couldn't open a breach. So,
Yeah.
you're
one of the reasons why he's researching. He's like, huh?
Yeah.
What the fuck happened?
So, like, definitely after taking some time to think about it, and like I said, asking Logesh, like, what his experience was, you definitely have some ideas.
I might be able to even make, like,
Leslok.
I wouldn't say... I guess, like, a breach... a reverse breach barrier, so I guess just, like, a veil barrier. Or even, I guess, a dimensional door, where basically you can go through the overside to basically compress space.
Well, and you've already seen for sure that that's something that 2 separate fairies you've encountered can do. Both Acrasia and Lady Faerun did some kind of like fey step where they just walked out of your line of sight, popped through the other side, and like physically popped out somewhere else very rapidly. And for a fact, Leslok, because you are a attuned veiler, that felt like, I guess to put it in modern terms, like a micro breach, like not like ripping, but just kind of like slurping through the veil. They were coffee filtered through the veil very rapidly to move because the other side is not bound by our understanding of space and time.
They took a walk on the wild side.
So like that's definitely something that they can do.
I might need to work on the idea of making fast travel.
Permanent doors sounds like troublesome, but you might be able to do some weirder with that. But definitely like
I can make one that lasts only a minute.
Shades,
it's not that bad.
hides,
Join me, brother. We break the laws of reality together.
I mean, I actually straight up like you talked about like a wall of shadow or creating a thicker veil wall. I'm like, ooh, well, I have something to lab later. I didn't really think because
Leslok might actually make a new veil spell.
Fairy wise, there's another fun thing. Like in terms of the Fae, they don't usually need to do like AoE illusions or visual like blockers because they have glamours. That's the thing they can do is at the highest level of glamour, they can make like illusions the size of like a small house. So like they can basically like hide under cover of darkness if they want to, and become transparent and shit, appear like other people. But like you're thinking like, well, what if instead of like a circle of fog people couldn't cross, I just created a like extra gooey veil wall so that normal eyes couldn't see me. I could throw a veil over, I don't know, what I just thought of out of character, like, yeah, like a veil field, like just cover up, myself or a small company of soldiers.
Like literal tactical
veils. But yes, anyway, we will theory craft sorcery later.
It's like there's a lot of uses for this.
Yeah, where was I? Yes, at the Jest. Logesh and Nicola would know and can bring this info back to you. That day 5, as the final day, we're gonna have a morning's gonna start with a series of the informal lectures for the High Council. In the evening, Leslok, you probably receive a politely worded note from the office of the High King that basically says, since you're only an agent of the crown, you don't have to put on a seminar, but he just, lets you know as a reminder where you decide to put your time tomorrow may influence how your peers see you.
Oh, I will attend the seminars.
Yeah. Well, one of them, they're separate, but you get to pick where you got to go. But after that, Lady Bijou Oro is going to get her engineering contest for mid-morning. Do some tricks there. After lunch. Good.
I actually want to try to disguise.
Sorry, what was that, Dallas?
Oh, am I dying?
You're okay, now say it.
Am I dying again? Okay.
I don't know. Are you?
Being weird.
I think I want to try and figure out a disguise. No, it doesn't matter. It's not important.
Okay. You were lagging a little bit, yeah, and so I didn't catch quite what was up. But if it's not important right now, we'll deal with it later. After lunch, it's gonna be time for the treasure hunt idea that's been worked upon.
Yeah.
That was Leslok's idea, so it has been set up and will be put forward there. And I do believe that in a couple of the off periods, similar to like how Inos keeps popping by to like make sure he's got prep rolling for his music box idea, I think Leslok has mentioned in a couple of his downtime that he would ask about how it's going. So like you are not involved directly in the setup because then you would know the answers and stuff. But like you, Leslok, have been free to consult about the treasure hunt previously, so it's being executed, and that'll be in the afternoon. And then will be followed up by the contest of musical performances. And then, of course, we end in the evening at full with the whole royal feast, which will include, prizes, acknowledgements, the king will make some announcements, lots of food, etc.
This is a kind of random thing, but I've got an image earlier where Dean can get a violin for some reason.
Violin would probably suit her. She doesn't have any... I guess music would probably be command perform. It could be coordinate, I guess, for some instruments, but yeah, she doesn't have any perform, but I could see her taking it up. Also,
I think an instrument would normally be like coordinate perform, honestly.
I think it depends. Yeah, like I think singing would be command.
Yeah, singing would be command, definitely.
Singing and like
or charm.
acting.
Yeah, theater is definitely.
Yeah, no.
That's where.
But I think instruments, a lot of it is dexterity based.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I honestly, piano could probably knowledge if you really wanted to argue it.
Perform is usually categorized as either coordinate or command. It's funny to me that it's not charm, but I feel like the game designers, Greg Stolze and whoever else in the team, had some fun of like moving stuff around to maybe areas where you wouldn't normally put it.
That's fair.
Making your skills a little broader, but yeah. Also, I don't know how this will affect how you guys are going to like comport and dress yourselves, but tomorrow, day 5, of the festival will be the 3rd-year anniversary of the death of Leofric Logi. So, I don't want to, bum you guys out or anything.
If anyone tries anything, they're gonna get
no.
they're gonna get more than they deserve.
Instantly bummed.
Like, I'm just saying, if you guys want to make any wardrobe choices or, think about what you're doing with your day that'll be different from that, you are obviously
What
still
is
expected to show up at the royal
Fam
feast.
Honor's garb?
I mean, I think we haven't said it would be any different, so I think black would still be the color of mourning.
Okay.
I will wear a black coat, and
Yeah.
I think out of just respect of something because it belonged to him, I will be carrying on my person his pepper box. It says like it's what I have of.
I think it should hopefully not be in poor taste, but Logesh would be, wearing his the armor that would be appropriate to be, Leslok's bodyguard, but he would be, wearing a black cloak.
Black cloak or coat, black
Yeah.
sash or scarf would work. Funeral veils.
I'm going to be wearing all black.
I figured.
Inos.
My chemical romance intensifies in my head.
Inos will be taking
Sorry, Lucky.
a vow of silence for that day, as well as wearing a black gown and headdress, as in the depictions of Dea Tacita.
Right. Yes, very funerary.
So Inos will
Alright.
not be saying a damn thing on the 5th day.
I will talk to you via chalkboard.
Well, I take that back. Does anyone know Penitent Sign?
No.
Oh, well.
think anybody knows
don't.
Penance language yet.
Okay. That's
I
fine.
might have it at some point.
Aurelia is not a linguist, so I have not been stacking her. She's having enough trouble learning Deep Speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think probably it would be in her interest to learn Penitent Sign later, but like I said, she's, I'm not constantly updating the NPC sheets, so.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll probably get through, like I said, day 5.
Righto.
So be right back.
Pausing.
Yeah. Okay. Quack. Alrighty. I will verbally read this list aloud, and then I will paste it into the chat, because I know some of you are going to tune out halfway through.
This is true.
Or you'll forget what the first line was because you're too busy trying to remember what the 6th line is or something.
This is also
Anyway.
true.
The seminars are as follows. Some of these, by the way, will be similar to the batch your first time here, but some are slightly different. The Lord Chancellor is going to be at the Royal Armory. He is, once again, speaking about higher scale logistics, management of the kingdom and armies, and higher level strategic thinking.
Yeah.
General security type stuff. This year, the King's Cavalier, she is operating much more in the role of a King's Cavalier than as Master of the Horse. She's actually going to be lecturing in the barracks for the Blood Shields this year, focusing on the roles of cavaliers and bodyguards, champions, attending knights, and how to go about making sure yours are trained properly.
Shit.
The Lord Marshal will be at the Old Fort and the Courthouse. He'll be talking about the nature of the King's Law and the Crown's Constables and what they do for the realm. The Lord Chamberlain's going to be in one of the courtyards, one of the gardens during the spring air. I'll let you know ahead of time, even if you don't end up attending. He should be more talking about staff hiring and working with the trade guilds, working with like employment, staffing your household, etc., stuff like that. His topics will veer a little bit as he likes to meander onto the subject of diplomacy, negotiation, and etiquette of social events such as balls and dances. The Lord Treasurer is going to be at the Royal Mint. He's going to basically offer his usual boilerplate of discussion about the currency system, and then how, we work to collect and spend the king's taxes. Sorry, I got a typo we're fixing. Lord Cursor is going to be at the Office of the Post, of course, discussing the king's couriers. They travel the realm, they disseminate information and news, collect reports, work on maps, etc. The Lady Admiral is going to be back at the Naval Arsenal out in the port. She's going to, talk about abilities of seamanship, poll for prospects to join the King's Navy. This year, her discussions are very driven because it seems like there's going to be an anti-piracy push, as discussed. The Lady Warden is working at one of the royal parks, Betancourt Park, which is like just on the edge of town, talking about the King's Rangers. They police royal parks and game reserves, and also they are the law enforcement on the King's roads and how they need to survive the wilds of Troycorone. The Royal Chaplain is going to be where else? The Royal Chapel on the Palace of Dawn grounds. She's going to talk about the interaction between the church and the houses, the nature of the covenant, etc. The Royal Librarian will be in the Royal Archives. He will talk about that stuff, what they do to take care of historical documents, historical sources, and how to take in new knowledge. The Royal Artificer is going to be at the Royal Gallery. She discusses the Royal Artists and how acts of engineering and artistry are applied for by the High King. But also this year she talks about, takes a little bit of a diversion to talk about the burgeoning new Royal Engineers and her attempts to specifically set up a engineering college. Because while that is technically something the Alchemical College does cover, it is not a specific discipline of theirs. So apparently that is Lady Oro's pet project, is to try and establish a engineering college in the capital. And the Royal Physician will be in the Royal Gardens. She's going to talk about how the Royal Society of Surgeons works and their general philosophy of medicine. Like I said, I don't know if you guys have the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm or anything here, but the general ethics and construction of building a good medical corps and keeping her eyes peeled for future physicians and surgeons. As I said, I will dump that block in a couple of messages. So, where would you guys like to go on the morning seminars, if at all?
Considering I'm dressed like a dark goddess and I am not speaking to anyone, I feel like I would be ill-advised going to any of them.
You could take some time to yourself.
I will probably bother the Lord Courser for his seminar, just so I can meet with him afterwards.
All right.
Is that the right name?
Cursor, yes.
Courser.
Logesh is torn between the Lord Chancellor, the Cavalier, and the Marshal, but I think he will go to the King's Cavalier seminar.
All right.
Gotta get better at being that bodyguard.
Yeah,
We mentioned that
discuss,
there's shrines to individual gods and goddesses, correct?
Yes, there'd probably be some sort of, because you visited there yesterday morning,
Yes.
probably some sort of smaller shrine where a lot of the penitents and the like congregate.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Inos will be spending his time there.
Sadly, I bet you didn't save the XP to buy my new Ask Mother a Question spell.
There's only 3.
I could buy it right now, but I'm not sure what I would do with it right now. I do have
Okay.
3 I do have 3 in the tank.
Well, if you don't have questions to ask, then the spell doesn't do you any good. But
No. Listen, I like finding out my own answers.
it is just a funny thing I thought of while I'm continuing to get my juices flowing. Of just like, oh yeah, Degatacida is also the goddess of secrets and hidden things. There probably would be something you can do with her sorcery, is just like,
Secrets.
call on the phone line like, hey, any secrets? Secrets? No.
Okay, bye.
And you know she's not. You should know she's saying the truth.
Secrets for sheep?
Keep the sheep.
No, you go to the port and then you grind the sheep into bricks to make a road.
That made me look up for my fucking book.
Konrad, Leslok.
I'm stuck between the librarian and the artificer, but I think I'm going to do the artificer because I want Leslok to make a point of he wants to understand it a bit more, so he can implement it in Norlon.
Konrad's going to attend the seminar at the Naval Arsenal because one of the things that we've been talking about is Norlon needs to up its naval game, so Konrad will try and learn whatever he can from the seminar.
All right, yeah. So yeah, you guys attend. You know, speaking with the Lady Admiral, listening to her, she, like I said, goes through a lot of discussion about like what daily life is for sailors, but also, she's very fervent this year discussing the strategies for like anti-piracy and what the King's Navy does. It's only a couple hour lecture in the morning, so it's not enough to like, build
Get a
you a
point.
new naval knowledge base at the top, but you definitely like come away understanding probably a lot more of like the logistics of like, okay, so we need, if we want big ships, we need, X amount of water depth, to put the keels, kind of a thing, this is the, you probably like learn the common flags of some, of the more infamous pirates of your day, which is not sketched out, but may come up later, depending on how much involved in anti-piracy you guys want to be. Vossler's flag is probably on that list, though. I don't remember what it looks like off the top of my head, but I'm sure that's in my notes. But yeah, stuff like that. Leslok, you, like I said, you discussed go to the Royal Gallery and listen about, the nature of the royal artists, which is, how the crown commissions works of art and engineering and how people like offer, artworks to be put up. But like I said, she has a strong tangent about trying to set up an engineering college and work on the Royal Engineers, which is a very new department of the crown, I guess I would say. Not very old yet.
There are thoughts about the Great Fair. It's somewhere.
Yeah, yep. That's something you're still cooking on. And yeah. Nicola, you spend your time listening about the King's couriers. I think most of this stuff you already knew. But, you get to sit with some younger people and observe while the Crown Prince speaks. Logesh, like I said, you attend the King's Cavalier. You actually get to rub shoulders with some of the, blood shields. She spends a lot of time talking about, say, like, the letter of the dueling code and code of honor, you are expected to act as legally what you should do as a champion and a cavalier for, a lord. How we go about, training bodyguards and attending knights and that sort of stuff. Learn some good information. Yep. Your skills are probably mostly up to snuff, but it's, good to get a refresher.
Yeah.
And Inos is not attending anything. He's busy.
I'm busy not being busy.
That's Inos, and it's just a
Precisely.
giant, massive black cloth in front of, ballot, sitting in front of a statue.
Yeah, no, I didn't mention it, but
permission to
Inos
make a
has
turn.
using his theater skill to appear basically as feminine as possible. And don't ask him where he has them, but he has this giant horn props.
He's really
permission to
playing
make
it up.
a absolutely terrible joke.
Go for it.
Enos, more like emos.
Hey,
All right, I'm done.
Minus 10 points to Gryffindor.
That one
We're Gryffindor.
physically hurt me.
But yes, no.
Look, if Nicola had gone to the because it would be all of those kind of jokes.
You cut out a little bit, but we understood you.
Yeah, I got the gist of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was kind of weirdly chop-lagged.
Uh,
A blub and a blub. Where was that? That's the Dramatis Personae. That's not where I was. Which
sorry.
does mean that there will be a little competition of engineering and architecture at the Royal Armory. The Lady Register is running. Leslok, obviously, you will be right there. So if you don't leave, you can just stay and observe. anybody else want to get in on that?
What skill is this?
Is this after the?
Yeah, after the seminar. Like I said, she had a little engineering competition to get. It would require some kind of student skill. I don't know if you guys have architecture or engineering.
Can
Student of the law. Let's see what I can make.
Can I get an exception? I'm so mad.
I mean, you can still
so
attend and
genuinely
offer
mad.
advice. Like, I don't, you can maybe even design some of the challenges.
Understand.
So I'm not participating,
Ooh,
but
I'll help with that.
I'm not participating, but I was.
Spoiler. Oh, good.
No, Dallas, please finish what you're saying. As I go pick up my book from where I've thrown it.
I was going to
That's
say,
a
I
lucky fellow
actually do have
chair.
student of engineering.
Yeah, I thought that might be a way. Yeah. All right. Yes, we've caught up to the Dallas flag. What were you going to say, Inos?
I was going to ask, I'm not participating, but I was curious. Would I have been able to use a student of allied tribes and use basically knowledge of how, the allied tribes build as a point of reference? Or are we talking about like just strict traditional like art engineering and architecture?
You probably could have contributed to some of the more hypothetical discussions. She does have like practical tests, basically, like,
okay.
sketches, scale models, protecting hen's eggs from a drop type stuff. But like,
okay.
also, like I said, there is like actual just like she's basically going to combine it with a second lecture about engineering lessons and theories, both artistic and practical. So like Enos could definitely like, you're not speaking to anybody, but you could still take like a sketch pad and like, like
Take notes.
Draw on the different allied tribes like architecture styles and contribute that way.
Can I?
It'll be a little awkward because you're not speaking, but
I'll wait for Lucky's bit to be over.
No, it's over. I'll not participate. I'll maintain my silent vigil at the shrine.
Can I make a straight knowledge check? Just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
This will go poorly.
I
was typing that on my character sheet. I am an idiot.
It's fine.
As I look over, and apparently my counter spell is now 1 exclamation point poorly. Oh.
It happens.
I would like to assist.
So close.
Can I roll to assist her with the challenger?
Yeah, you can roll your student of engineering.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't get to use this skill very often.
I want to try, but I feel like that'd be insulting to not do it without any skill.
I mean, you can roll knowledge.
Okay, I got 3.
Okay, I guess I'm insulting everyone, Axe.
You did walk right into that one.
You're right.
This is for Loth.
I got 5.
Why is it getting bigger?
I took what I learned from the lecture.
Oh, I am so accidentally. Have you ever fallen asleep on a keyboard and just woken up and your paper is just like, why is this just one letter like 5 million times?
Actually,
no, I've never fallen asleep on a keyboard enough.
The only person I ever did that died.
Hey, Axe,
but you do get 5, so yeah, no, you can actually like do some design sketches of like aqueducts, roads, and bridges, and can probably actually. It's not like literally popsicle sticks, but like there's probably like small wooden sticks and like balls of cotton twine. You can like design an egg catcher, and like apply principles of like, arches, very strong. Triangles, very strong. Hexes are just 2 triangles put together.
Double strong.
Fucking magnets. How do they work?
It's consistent.
People make fun of them for that, but that is actually a genuinely good question when you really think hard about it.
Like, what is actually magnetism?
Like, can people actually, without just saying magnetism, can you explain the force of magnetism easily? And no, you can't.
No, because there's
Anyway.
like 4 different kinds of it.
Not really.
I
no.
don't know why it is, but the talk about like Leslok making something out of popsicles made me think of this wonderful thing when the GIF loads.
It took a while, yeah.
Anyway.
I had Tectic kit. I had Lego Tectic kits when I was younger. So like, yeah, I built like construction vehicles and cars.
It's just one of those things I can hear in my head. That fucking just one line.
Hey.
Man has fallen into the river at Lego City.
But yeah,
Anyway,
I'm probably gonna put points in.
I mean, if you're interested in your grand fair, you can try it. But yeah, like I said, you actually like learn and demonstrate a little bit about, bridge and road building.
this is why it's not so bad to roll just straight
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, no. Have you seen the amount of time me and Leslok have just read, or me and Logesh have just randomly been like, fuck it, we'll try. Isn't that how you won the fencing tournament?
Yes.
And then
Also, I
he
do
owned
want to
up.
say,
Yes.
I feel like Dallas almost called him Logesh for a second there, which would be a very funny new fuck up.
How
But you
Lugesh
didn't,
of
you
you.
didn't catch yourself. That
Oh,
said,
God.
it is
Oh, sorry.
luncheon time, and Nicola wants to meet with the prince, Lord Cursor.
Yeah.
So that will, happen while you guys are probably luncheoning, and then it will be time for the
I'm
treasure war.
terrified to try and roleplay this only because I'm afraid I'm just gonna drop.
You are having a little bit of lag. So what was the gist of your conversation aimed with the prince?
I mean, my conversations with the prince are mostly aimed. I think I've said this in notes, and if I haven't said it on record, my entire goal with the prince is to be his friend that is a break from work. So basically, I'll give him the tacky ass Quattrum set that I got for him, and just kind of just hang out with him, see how he's doing. No business, no work, no plots or anything. Just how you doing? Just because dude needs a break because he's a habitual overworker.
This is true. And I don't think I need you to even.
I know I'm not throwing a rock from a glass house. Shut up.
Game eats game. Game so game.
But yeah, and I don't need you to roll anything for that. Yeah, the gist is just like he appreciates basically taking like an hour before lunch, just he appreciates the gift and the spirit you give it, and just talking about normal stuff. Even when you're trying to be a relaxing point, he still can't help but probably allude to other stuff he's got going on. Obviously he has to be ready to be dressed for the feast tonight, but also has to mentions that he actually probably brings up to talking first about something normal, brings up your arm, asks you how you're doing.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna be no, you can't. I'm not gonna.
No, yeah. I'm
crazy.
just saying that it's one of those things where
no.
you try and create this zone where he can talk about normal people things, but there is in fact so much going on both in his life personally and also just in the world that it veers back to stressing about the grand melee and found it very, very unusual. Probably says something to the effect of thought he was going to have to do something drastic. But luckily it resolved itself, sort of a thing,
Yeah.
He does probably take a little bit of a moment to, talk with pride about even though, ultimately the Espada team lost, he was quite pleasantly surprised to see, Estelle take the field and do so good for herself.
Right. She did very well. But yeah, it'll mostly just be that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Of just we're both extremely stressed out and need a break.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have pressing plans, he probably invites you to lunch with him before calling it a day.
Oh yeah, I'll go with him for lunch. I don't have any. This was my last planned meeting of the event, essentially. So I was actually technically planning on meeting with him after the Grand Melee in my schedule, but then
Shit happened.
You got bit by a devil dog.
Then dog.
Satan dogs happened.
They'll call them
Bow bow.
Dogs.
They'll call them demons.
Devil dog. And then after that, treasure hunters.
Let's do this.
Who wants to go work on this? In brief, like I said, you've been consulted a couple of times, but it's mostly been handled by staff members. Basically, you guys are going to be, told to group up, and you're going to go to given clues to various locations around Lampclair. These gave more clues, etc., etc. The start point is at the main courtyard on the palace steps. And basically, you are told, you're gonna be you're finished when you retrieve a small box that has a royal seal printed on it. So obviously, they will be timing people who return with their box first, but anybody who gets to their box will be considered complete. And they are separate lines of clues.
So, Leslok, you're participating, correct?
Yes, because I was part of.
Oh,
I'm here to. Part of it is just I need to prove this is worth it.
Yeah,
that's fine. But I'm just saying, because you're participating, I'm going to be invisibly stalking you.
Okay.
That's all right. But you don't have to be invisible. I don't know.
Am I allowed to participate?
I mean, strictly speaking, no, you shouldn't be participating in the contest part, but I don't think anybody can stop you as his court physician from following him around, because this is actually going to, take you through various points in town. We'll kind of, I said,
yes,
much like the riddles contest, I have not prepared geography clues to a fictitious city you're not familiar with, but...
Stealth stalking is more fun.
I want to drag Aurelia into Conrad into this, even if they don't want it.
I don't think you gotta drag Aurelia into it. Conrad, how do you feel about treasure hunting?
Well, why do you specifically want me to be accompanying you, brother?
I think you're good at pathfinding, and I think you're good at directions, and you probably know the city way better than I do.
All right, fair.
That's true.
He had good reasons.
I assume for similar reasons to Nicola, Logesh will follow you or follow the rest of the Logis around, even if you're not actively.
Yes, I like him around. I like him nearby.
Yeah.
This will be probably your best pick of either sense plus direction or sense plus scrutinize.
One thing first before we start. Conrad will actually go and see if Inos wants to join us.
Inos will just shake his
Inos,
head.
what did you do about the lunch zone?
Okay.
The lunch zone?
Honestly, the shrine probably has a small religious repast of simple bread and thin wine, but if you want to actually
Inos will
dine
partake that and maintain his silent vigil.
Okay,
Right.
and if you're at the shrine, Connor probably just checks around the house to see if Inos is around, and it's okay.
Yeah. Sense plus direction or sense plus scrutinize. Maybe no lore with a difficulty, but let me know if you want to roll lore.
I could try a lore, but because that'd be a pool of 9. Scrutinize for me is 6. I'd probably say scrutinize, honestly.
This is similar to rowing the other year and the melee. This is kind of sort of a team-based effort. Each of the groups from the major high houses basically has a party of clues.
Mm-hmm.
So success is very likely. It's just a matter of how quickly you're gonna finish your challenge.
I will activate Pass Unseen.
What that do?
If you want to find me, you get a minus 3d penalty to sense plus scrutiny.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll me your coordinate plus stealth, Nicola.
Okay.
Hey, if you fuck it up, they may not need to roll to find you, but
That's very true. But I do have this skill. It's not probably as good as Conrad's, I would say.
Which?
I don't know. Coordinate stealth?
No, which esoteric one is that?
Glamour.
Glamour.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, the
Fair
first
one.
level of glamour is pass unseen.
Cheating.
It's true.
Very bullshit.
It's very much
Yeah.
cheating.
Kind of is.
Yeah, Aurelia doesn't have those particular sense skills. She would probably try and
Oh, I only got 2.
lore, but with a Well, I mean, if anybody wants to try and beat your 2s, they have to take a minus 3D penalty on sense plus scrutiny. So
I
you
have to
may
roll
actually
3.
be
I
passing
only roll
unseen.
3 dice. and I probably only...
I will say this: I'm not actively mostly trying to hide from the group. I'm mostly trying to hide from anyone who wants to wish the group ill intent.
Oh yeah, no, you're definitely like, you get access to some of that like non-linear fairy bullshit I talked about, where like you know the camera like follows the Logi crowd in a montage as they go through the clues, and you're just like
Got the
in
Nicola in the
back shot,
background.
Perks
and
of
the
being a
camera just
wallflower.
focuses on you for a second, just chilling. Or just like they turn a corner and they walk down a street and you're just already there, like sitting at a table at a cafe in front of them, kind of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have Aurelia roll her lore. I didn't say it before I rolled it, but in my mind it was diff 5. No sets. Damn, girl, not your day today. Day 5, not her day.
I guess if it's diff 5, I might as well.
That's for lore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Sense Scrutiny doesn't have a difficulty set for.
Yeah, there's no difficulty if you roll either of the sense skills.
Oh, I forgot to mention, but Logesh would be there, but he's not participating in the game.
I mean, yeah. Like, you're nearby for your actual duty.
It's
Yeah.
time to play the game.
I will do Scrutinize, so kind of
9s.
It's direction.
ones.
All right, so between the two of you, you guys do a decent effort. Aurelia's good at like solving clues, but she has not actually been out stalking the streets like somebody I know. So like her sense of direction in the town is not very good. But somebody has been stalking the streets of this town and has a naturally good sense of direction. So these clues are designed for like literal teenagers, which I mean you still are yourself, Konrad, but still like you're older. But like this is supposed to be so that like 15 and 16-year-olds can solve these, in an afternoon. And so your experience with the city means that you are very good at following along. And on the off chance that a clue is too obscure for you to get where it wants you to go right away, Leslok can usually like piece out what is meant, and okay, that's where we need to go.
I think this means like mosaic glass, so let's go to the chapel.
Yeah, stuff like that, Or it talks about like, pictures in stained glass and sort of thing. So overall, and I'm gonna, like I said, eventually every team will succeed, but you guys have rolled pretty good, so you can probably block it in first. Like I said, the hunt begins in the main courtyard of the Palace of Dawn, links to like the parade grounds and other parts, leads you across, the Crown District, which includes the palace grounds and surrounding government buildings. You're very familiar with a lot of these places. Up and down the Celestial District, where noble residences are, the main house compounds and outlying houses and other stuff. And does take you to some of the Gold District, which is as established, shops, merchants, tradesmen, other middle-class housing. Some of the clues do skirt you a little close to the Iron District or the Salt District. Salt District is the dockside. The Iron District is working-class folks, laborers, and lower trades. Everybody gets to kind of stretch their legs and walk around, something that you guys haven't really been able to do too much for your debutantes, actually getting out and about. Mostly you've just taken them shopping previously. So, and I think that, you guys are bundled together in a large enough crowd that nobody like feels like out of place for like a security risk. And you guys are able to find your box. It's a small lacquered box. It's got a royal seal on it. When you get a chance to open it up, it contains just a couple like 2 or 3 gold crowns. That's only wealth 1. It's not consequential to the most nobles, but it is a small little cash prize. But there is a little jeweled and gold brooch with the sigil of the house whose box it's supposed to be. So there's a little like gold pin with probably we've discussed like the appropriate like orange topazes or other colors of like the Logi sigil of the flaming sword, probably with a little like embellishment of silver on top of the gold. So just a cool little prize, a trinket for you.
Really, I could have it, honestly.
Yep.
All right. She'll take it if Konrad doesn't want to keep it.
Hey,
Because
Conrad
we're running the house operation.
already has other jewelry for and stuff like that. So
I have my fucking scarf I'm always
Oh
wearing.
yeah, no, and you've also got a signet ring. Nobody needs anything to know that you're the Lord of House Logi, but yeah. It is funny to me that it's a slight shame that Inos has to be more somber and introspective today, because I bet he would get a kick out of the pin. Maybe Aurelia will show it to him later. Because speaking of people doing rush jobs, Leslok pitched this 6 days ago, like less than a week ago.
I appreciate that they took it by being like every group should have a different reward so people aren't fighting each other.
Yeah. And I think I don't know if we made a decision, but when in character your idea of the treasure hunt was discussed, I think that was like one of the ideas of like, will there be multiple clues or one set of clues? And I figured when I wrote this, technically I think I wrote this part yesterday, maybe Thursday, but this week I figured like, no, I'll separate it out by house, because like that would, honestly, you guys have had enough, fights and other weird shit. Like, turning it into a chance where like House Ferretti or House Espada would be like, well, this is our clue, and like, are we gonna fight over it? No,
we hid away the clue. We hid away the clue by putting it inside a well.
Or like starting a snap fingers street fight about it. Like, no. We'll just
Hello,
everybody has separate clues.
Logi. I see you found your clue. Do you want to play a little game?
I mean, I would
Actually,
just
no.
think, Logi, come out and play. Tink, tink, tink. Anyway, you have a good little time in the afternoon. And like I said, I legitimately wrote it down in my notes that you guys are probably the favorite for this because, one, this is your concept, and also this is actually something we don't talk about a lot, but your house is known for kind of your technical and introspective nature. The Wardens of the North are known for their love of the technology and the fiddly bits and little bits of knowledges and mysteries. So like giving you guys a geography puzzle that ends in a little trinket is like,
basically what you're saying, if House Logi was a D&D class, we'd be Artificer.
Yes. And actually, the first Lord Magister, the Royal Artificer, was Logi Torchbearer. That was the role he fulfilled. That is not like always the slot on the council that House Logi takes, but that's what his position was.
I feel like Leslok will reach that point if he gets to live to his 30s.
Yeah, I think I have other ideas where it might go, but I think I've always pictured in my mind that like the most likely slot for you to take is Lord Magister. But also, like I said, another thing I was going to bring up is it has not been discussed super at length, but it is actually in my notes about history and the like that the roles of the original house founders and the High Council may have drifted a little over time,
as things do.
But yeah. The next would be music. Like I said, not strictly dancing, but instruments and singing. This is at the Royal Gallery for those of you who wish to attend. I will say for Konrad, you would know that Rena is out of competing. She's just a year too old to get in. But her younger sister would probably be favored, so she may be watching.
Do I know if either of the Marn twins are participating in this?
Probably not. I don't think they have good.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a little bit that's come up before, but not particularly strong.
It'd be a surprise. I was more thinking if it was like a surprise thing or something, but no. In that case, I'll probably go to the club.
All right.
Con roll of 10. But won't participate.
That's fair.
Even though I do have one rank in singing.
And you're being very diplomatic right now.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to attend?
I will attend.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess technically I'm attending by proxy.
I mean, we've discussed this before. If there's a large enough crowd, you don't need to feel the need to go with Leslok everywhere. But if you want to just, you don't have anything better to do, you can still shadow him. Pretty straightforward.
I'm trying to put focus on it, but technically I am armed right now.
Considering the anniversary of what day it is, like the anniversary, I think Logesh would stick with the head of the house.
And like I want to say, I feel like on this day, as most of you are, dressed a little extra darkly, nobody is before they weren't making any bones, but like definitely nobody's making any bones on like Leslok going everywhere strapped and Logesh walking exactly one pace back and one pace over behind him. Inos, do you wanna break out and listen to music, or
Nope.
are you going to continue being sad? Okay.
Continue being sad.
Sad levels high. He's got to get all of his sad out today because tomorrow he's got a thing.
Yes.
Pour it all out so that what is left is only inspiration.
I don't actually know if that's like what Enos's like theatric method is, where he lets the creativity flow. But yeah, with nobody really on your end participating, I think it's pretty clear that Aelith Martlet will win. Again, normally both the Lady Magister and the Lord Chamberlain would be directing this, but it seems that Count Freddy has excused himself to make some final preparations for the royal feast. But yes, Aelith does very good at singing and instrumentation. Artisanal skills seem to be something that the high houses appreciate, but don't necessarily foster directly in all of their members. And that leaves us with the royal feast.
The royal feast.
Big and formal.
Big and formal.
I'm pretty sure all of you would be expected to join. Obviously, if Inos does want to continue to skive off, you can probably make excuses.
Oh no, Inos will be there. He will still be in his Dea Tacita form and silent. And in fact, I'm going to use the taste of my tears.
Ah, okay.
What?
He's being extra dramatic.
He's setting a mood,
Mm.
a tone, even.
Let's see here. Use my skill. That would be my perform skill.
Obviously, this will be, once again, you'll be super formal up like last year, coattails, white tie, hats, extra layers, gloves, evening cloak, etc.
I'll probably still be in a bit of darker attire. Obviously nothing on what Enos has got going on, but
Yeah. Well, I think we've indicated by the taste of my tears. Enos is not just doing this for his own internal feel, but also is projecting out.
Yes.
You are creating a vibe. You've succeeded.
Yes. The vibe is basically to project a quiet, somber, introspective. I want people to see the visage of Dea Tacita walking among the feast, and for them to be like, to think about people they may have lost, and and other such, and take a moment of reflection to remember them.
Which actually, I love how this keeps happening. It kind of fits at least where the tone of the evening was going to start. First of all, it's a slightly smaller and simpler this year.
Oh, okay.
It's only 12 courses. Last time you guys were all here in force was 13 courses. It also seems like there's a lot less options. Like each course is usually just one item, rather than I think on your first feast there were like soup was like your choice of like one or two kind of a thing. So like we are not trying to project extravagance. We are projecting a more reserved, somber tone. And indeed, the king starts with a brief speech where he brings up that it has indeed been 3 years since the mournful death of Leslok Logi. He does, gesture to the spot where House Logi is sitting at Leslok. Reminder, it's one long series of tables in the long dining room, so you guys are opposite House Espada and down one from House Verity. So I assume that Konrad is probably sitting towards the Verity fringe so he can be closer to Rena.
Sure. Yeah.
Good moves. Solid stuff. He remarks that the keepers of the flame stand strong. And well, even though these 3 long years later, Leofric's assailants are still unknown, the crown has a long memory. King takes a second to look around the room. Those who disturb the king's peace shall see the king's might. And also, as a
Please.
point of order, I would like to remind any lords and ladies not to depart the city immediately. Tomorrow, I plan to hold the full King's Council and address major discussion to the realm, and so forth. Now, let us
Please, King, do not take any more death flags. I can't handle it.
Honestly, by this point, there's so many death flags. Him dying would be too, I guess, uninteresting.
Not entirely, but him dying out of nowhere is definitely, too obvious. We have to, wait for the right moment.
It has to be like an actual big conflict thing or something.
Now, if he coughed at the end of that,
No, he does not actually cough. It's been a few days. He does seem to have recovered from his winter fever.
that's good.
He does make sure to pat Nicola on the back and remind him that he's only 2 days from retirement. No.
No.
No, he's like
Specifically,
he's
the
like,
king trolls Nicola. He pulls out a picture of his family, even though his family is right there. Yeah.
He's like 12. He's like 12. He's like 12 years from retirement.
But yes, and this discussion kind of sets the tone for the rest of the adults. Are like I said, they're definitely more reserved. Like last time you guys did this was much more boisterous as a group. And though I know some of you have attended a few nights, I do kind of feel like definitely I feel like other royal feasts would have been possibly even more minimal than this because you, House Logi, would not have been here in force. So but definitely things are stay more somber, stay more direct, more contemplative, and are very, very professional, very businesslike. The make sure of the adults do make sure to bring across, a couple of, points about what they plan to bring up at the King's Council, other stuff going on there. You do still at least owe a chat back with House Oro about trade concessions. That's still not yet resolved, I don't believe.
Nope.
And other stuff like that. A couple of people over the course of the night do talk to the king of the High King about what his plans are for summer court this year. Does he intend to continue setting up the court and the council in Lampclare, or is he planning on going elsewhere? And he continues to insist. Wait, we'll discuss this at the King's Council, etc. And now I hope everybody has eaten because I have once again detailed food.
Food.
I'm excited.
Wait,
We start with hors d'oeuvres.
Okay, good.
Okay. Just small bites of cured meats, freshwater fish, fresh mushrooms, and cheeses. These are technically served before even formally sitting. There are tables out where you can select the little nibbles. The actual first course when you're seated is what we call the amuse-bouche, because the French are in real life actual fantasy people. This means amuse the mouth. That is what they fucking call it.
I feel like the better is fantasy people are inspired by the French.
I mean, yeah, basically. So the amuse-bouche is usually also technically kind of an hors d'oeuvre, but it is meant to be eaten in 1 or 2 bites. This case, you have a spread which is made of a finely chopped and minced olives, capers, and anchovies, which you can either eat in the bowl and in 2 big spoonfuls, or spread on slices of bread. So just something light to start with. Soup course is next.
Soup.
Again, only one option, but it is a hearty vegetable soup. Nicola, I think, is probably the only one out of the player characters who would think this, but you would say this probably has a little bit of a medicinal origins. Like it's meant as kind of like a throw all your healthy leafy greens in one pot kind of a thing. It's made with onions, celery, carrots, various leafy greens, and soup stock, with a little bit of cheese and a little bit of pasta grated in.
Yeah.
So like still mostly veggie based, but very hearty. There's a little bit of protein. There's a little bit of cheese in there. So, definitely kind of like very relaxed, very balanced. For an actual appetizer, would you get a little wilder? This one's more of a sweet and tangy. Slices of toasted bread with ricotta cheese and sliced strawberry with a little bit of basil and balsamic vinaigrette.
Yummy.
So kind of like sweet and sour bites. The salad course actually changes things up a little. Like you noticed, like we've been very heavy on leafy bits, so we decided to put some meat in our salad. Smoked salmon salad, served with spinach, cucumber, and radishes with a lemon and dill dressing. So I'm sure even Konrad can get into that one because it's got smoked fish in it.
Yeah, I mean, Konrad's been eating all of this stuff, so.
Oh, I'm sure. And there is actually also a dedicated seafood course, breaded. This is originally European, so I'm going to assume it's hake, H-A-K-E. It's a deep ocean fish served with a side of asparagus and a sauce made from garlic oil. So all in all, solid fishiness. Your first entree is a spring orzotto. It's a dish made with wild rice, beef stock, shallots, peas, butter, garlic. In real life, made with actual pesto paste. So you got the pesto. Seasoned with salt, peppercorn, and saffron. So like leaning a little away from meat, but it is still a beef stock. And plenty of things.
Sounds fragrant.
With like garlic pesto and like peppercorn and saffron, yeah. It is an orzotto, which is related to a risotto, but not quite the same thing. After your first entree, you get a palate cleanser. This year's selection is your choice of, and this does actually have a couple choices, little bowls of apple, lime, or mint sorbet.
Ooh, sorbet.
With a spide of either sparkling lemon water or mint tea.
I love sorbet.
Yeah, so definitely, like I said, like your choice. You can go, fully sweet, a little bit sweet and sour, or I wouldn't really call mint sour, but like much more bite.
Yeah, but say sharp.
Yeah, sharp, good way. And like I said, mint tea or lemon water. And for your second main course, your second entree, a spicy chicken dish. Grilled chicken, marinated in a mix of lemon juice, salt, pepper, and other spices. Kind of like an allspice mix, like allspice, cardamom, stuff like that. Served with a relish made of cantaloupe, cucumber, green onions, cilantro, and mint with shredded almonds on top. And yes, actually, you would have cantaloupe, but it would be European cantaloupe because that's what the cantaloupe got its name from before we discovered the New World cantaloupe. So I think the European cantaloupe is like a ribbed melon.
Yeah, I think it's called the Tuscan cantaloupe now.
Yeah. So a little different than what you think when I say cantaloupe, but it was actually like a European melon before we discovered the New World melon. But yeah, so like I said, a mix of like some different vegetable flavors and a little bit of spice in there. Like I said, lemon juice, salt, pepper, almonds. To palate cleanse after that, cheese course. White bread and crackers with multiple cheese selections.
Let's go.
So yes,
Yeah.
cheese bread. For the large-scale dessert, you have a very simple and traditional pound cake, which pound cake would be something that is, relatively new. It's 4 ingredients, baby. Flour, butter, sugar, eggs. But this is lightly dusted with powdered sugar, served in 4 sections, and they did add a little bit of extra flavor by baking it with a bit of rum, carob, and lemon juice. So got a little bit of flavor to it. And then finally, minigardis, small bites is your bite-sized desserts. This is, served usually with hot carob or red leaf, coffee. You've got lemon bars, macarons, and sweet butter biscuits with your choice of, hot drinks or maybe a bit of dessert wine. So in all, like I said, still very high quality, still, very, very delicious, but much more varied flavors. This menu takes selections from cooking from, all over the place. Salmon is definitely something that I think is much more common literally, one of your Norlon houses is Sigil of the Salmon, but salmon is, Norlon rivers and ocean fish mostly, and parts of Milieu. The hake or hake is a, deep ocean fish from the more central oceans. Rice dishes, lots of different breads, greens, soups, stuff like that. So a broad, flavorful mixture of the meal. As usual, congratulations and awards are handed out. Some of you get little plaques, some of you get little pins. There are, like I said, little laurel wreaths and things. Konrad, for instance, for tonight, for sure, you definitely probably get a little silver and gold laurel for winning the military run.
Hey.
Yeah, so lots of these little details. Some of you already have a few of these things from your first time, but it is good to get in there. And as noted, Aurelia actually gets to scoop up a couple of pins.
Konrad probably has a little box or chest somewhere where he has kept all of them that he's gotten.
Yeah. Your little memory box. I mean, that's my favorite part of the RPG hub world is just your shelf to display all your little knickknacks.
Probably have a display case or on a wall somewhere.
Yeah.
That's where the melee trophy went.
Yeah. So yeah, other than that, all in all, very, very quiet and direct, and ultimately, you guys will probably, pack up for the night, much fuller than when you left, with your reminders about, attending the Curia, the King's Council, which technically all of you are able to attend. All of you are, members of lords or titled knights, or technically in Enos's case, foreign dignitaries. Also, I think I talked about the definition of a full King's Council, literally you do it in the Parliament Hall. I think also certain classes of tradesmen would also count, and you are officially a master craftsman, so you have a couple of different reasons you could attend if you want to. But if you don't want to attend, you also can get ready to plan your little garden party ice cream social, because that should be the afternoon after.
Yes.
So, you have your moments. As you guys are getting ready to end, you retire, you say your goodbyes, you go back out to get in your carriage. Waiting for you there, don't ask us how she got in front of you, is actually Duchess Cheval. She's dressed in her riding cloak. She's got an officer's hat, a not quite a peat cap, but more of a shako, which is the tubular kind of hat you would think if you think Napoleonic officer's hat, it's that.
Oh yeah, the taller one.
Yeah.
The
saber
hat.
at her side. She's wearing her officer's ribbon and markings, the King Cavalier. So obviously she's here semi-officially. Kind of tucks her cap off and gestures to you. Marquess, I hope you won't mind an escort back to your lodgings this evening.
Marquess,
Thank her.
you there?
Fuck. My headset's my headset's not working. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize, Duchess Cheval. Our Marquess seems to be broken.
Just
I see
wind
he's
them
letting
up
up.
at
One
the
moment.
back.
Let me reset my headset.
Hey, Logesh, can you reboot this?
Okay, I can hear you guys now. I'm really sorry.
Work!
That was too
His
good
hat.
timing.
Okay.
That was too
Yes.
good timing.
What part did you miss there?
Last thing I heard was something like we were talking about the hub world stuff.
Oh wow, okay.
What?
What?
Yeah, you missed a lot.
So he just heard nothing and said nothing for who knows?
Wow.
And
You know, listen, I know you guys do some other stuff. He may just have zoned out for a little bit, and it's not the headset's fault. That's okay. To recap where we are right now, you guys are preparing to leave. You're getting in your
Right.
carriage,
Okay.
and Duchess Cheval is here, and like I said, she's dressed very formally in her position, and she, you know, takes off her hat and says, you know, I hope you don't mind an escort back to your residence.
No, no, I would actually appreciate it. It's today is a complicated matter, to say the very least.
Of course. Well then, shall we go? You know, she'll probably like pop on the outside of your carriage. I will also say, walking beside, additionally pops out Kevus Verity. He's got a walking stick and a lantern on his belt. He's got his evening coat, and he has a kind of rugged knit scarf, and says, "Oh, I was to offer just to walk with my friends back. Hope you won't mind, Duchess." She just kind of arches an eyebrow at him, and it's like, "Of course not, Lord Verity. Though, do you not have other places to be?" And he just kind of adjusts his spectacles and smiles up at her, you know, where she's like sitting on the backboards of your carriage, and just like, "No, not at all, ma'am." Mhm.
Hmm.
Why have I returned to
Kevus
silence?
Kevus is
What happened?
entering his true dilettante phase of just like, man, nobody can say shit to me.
I'll do
I
what
can
I
do whatever
want.
I want.
It's like, yeah, it's like
I have a
Kevus,
scarf and spectacles and a
On
gun.
On my end, Lucky and Omega were perfectly timed.
I do think we were
Yeah,
perfectly
yeah,
synced
they
up,
were.
Yeah. No, the
Yeah,
timing has
it-
been for comedy has been great these last couple minutes.
But yeah, so
Kevus, would you like to come in too?
of course, you know, hangs the lantern on the outside, sits in the carriage. Like I said, the Duchess does ride outside, but she doesn't really have anything to say on this ride back, which I assume we didn't bring it up before, but you guys did, you know, you have a whole squad, you know, a cohort of lamplighters. So I assume that there are, you know, armed musketmen with lanterns surrounding this carriage
Yeah.
right now.
I will also be riding outside.
It's a spring morn, so it's not, you know, it's crisp but not cold.
Wait, so how many people are in the carriage?
Too many. That's why I decided to ride outside.
Well, it's at least
Yeah.
Enos, Leslok, Konrad, probably.
Logesh.
Logesh. Kevus Verity jumped in. Aurelius probably in. 6 is
Or it's
probably about
text.
as many as you can hold.
Yeah, that's still too many people for my taste thing. Enos will walk out. Will walk.
All right. Kevus could walk, but Leslok specifically asked him if he would ride, so
Yeah.
He showed up,
Yeah.
so why not?
you know,
Don't worry. I'm being weird and emo right now. You don't need me right now.
I was okay. Because I was wondering because you read the whole book, if you were just like bored all day.
Oh, I just had nothing to say.
No, I think it's just he hasn't had. He's being silent as a
Literally
role playing
took a vow
choice,
of
so there's
silence
only so
today.
much he can do.
Enos, what do you do? I brood. Fair enough.
It's true.
So
I
that means,
reenact
Enos, I'm
Hadaway's
pretty-
"What Is Love" music video.
So I think this pretty much confirms Enos is officially Red Hood, right?
What?
No, because he dropped shooting guns.
I mean, he dropped some of his guns. I don't know if he completely.
True,
Clearly-
but he also has a
No.
magic chain.
Clearly, I'm Spawn.
No,
Sorry,
you're not.
Ah, yes,
literally
keep
that one.
David. Let's go.
I'm still just
Also,
thinking
Spawn
about
isn't
fucking
actually broody at
Hadaway,
all.
What Is Love?
No, Spawn just
He's
kind
just
of vengeful.
Pissed off.
He's just in a bad cycle constantly.
No, he could also be Robin, like Damien Robin.
Let's not do this right now.
That is fair. That is not.
Anyway, in your silent walk, Inos, you will probably be silently joined by a couple of, like I said, lamplighters, with like slung muskets and shrouded lanterns held high, and they will just, join your squad by giving you some lantern light to be spooky in.
Excellent. I'm going for max spooky vibes right now.
Listen, these guys are Tinemen. They're used to this bullshit.
Is there a wild hunt myth? Do we have like
Probably that would be a fairy myth, though.
I feel like that'd be.
This goes back to the story I talked about, where like if you see a parade of ghostly horses on the road, you get out the way.
Fair, because I would just there's like almost kind of like a Tyne version of that myth that's more just about like forever vigiled lamplighters.
Now,
You guys probably have some like lost legion stories about that kind of thing. I also suspect that you guys probably, because of your association with the Iron Demons, do just have some like Dea Tacita walks type shit where you're just like, yeah, don't bother weird veiled women on the road. It's just in general, chat. Lots of myths are about don't bother old ladies, okay? Just don't do it.
It's just bad juju.
If you ask a question, answer it, but don't ask any of her.
Yeah.
No,
that
don't
kind of
answer
shit,
the question. Just don't say anything.
If she calls your name, don't respond. You'll fucking die.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
don't
no,
make
this
eye
form,
contact.
like this form is probably based on some Iron Demon tradition and whatnot about the, the lady walking among us and whatnot. But
Among Us.
oh, where's my delete Dallas button?
Wait, don't. He might permanently explode.
Mods. Crushes femurs.
Yes. Yeah. What? You ready?
Dallas, trust thyself.
Okay. But yes, no. Inos is observing some mysterious and creepy Iron Demon ritual and going for his max spooky factor, and he's appreciative of the lamplighters who is adding to this ambiance.
Like I said, man, they know what's up. I will say, out of character, maybe you pick up on this, but Kefis would enjoy that nobody talked about. I did especially say he's wearing like a very roughly knit scarf. Nobody made a comment, so he's happy about that. But yeah, like I said, Lady Cheval, just rides on the backboards. She doesn't really have anything to say. She just, sits there in a riding cloak with a little extra bling, with her officer's cap on, just like being like, I dare. But you guys, do return. You do unfold. Regardless of your opinions on this, Lady Cheval, the Duchess, does invite herself inside. Just to your foyer.
Isn't that the
but,
queen?
No.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. You're mixing up your numbers. This is the King's Cavalier. His personal champion, his number 2. She's an important lady. But yeah,
Pretty sure she outranks Leslok.
I mean, yeah, by a couple of technicalities, but you're all supposed to be peers. But yeah, like I said, she goes into your foyer. She makes a slight show of just like glancing around to make sure there aren't, cloaked knifemen waiting.
And then assassins come out.
But that's not primarily what she is. She does say, I do have 2 things briefly to bring up. If you don't mind a little bit of extra business, Your Lordship.
Not at all.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what word she used, but she'd indicate, do you want to have this conversation like in the study or it's not a study, but you've described the family meeting room before. You have like the
council room or the
big room you can
power
fit
room.
everybody in.
Let's do it
Or
there.
if you want to have this like publicly in your drawing room or whatever.
Let's do a place for the seating for everyone.
All right, yeah.
Or at least can
So
sit
you
down.
can go back to the council room. She will probably like take a seat if offered, put her hat down, and just say, pull some strands of hair out of her eyes and say, all right, 2 points. First, glancing around to all of you. Well, and I think I mentioned this earlier, but I'm pretty sure it's correct. I don't think Huron did super good in the fencing tournament.
I don't.
I don't
Yeah,
think
'cause
so.
I think Nespada
No,
won.
I don't think he did.
Well, young Lord Huron Logi had a more average performance in the fencing. What was observed from the stands, his performance in the Grand Melee was exemplary. Very strong showing against Katita Pantera. And I would like to say that while it's not normally my business to give this news, I'll be honest, I'm the one who escorted you back tonight because I threatened to arm wrestle Duke Russell. But the melee performance was exemplary. There's been discussion of extending an offer for young Master Huron to join the Blood Shields as a squire. This is very prestigious if you don't know. Very few members of the houses are selected and fewer make the cut, other than, of course, the Espada and their single-minded drive. I'm going to be honest. She, make sure to single you out as she speaks your names. Sir Logesh or Lord Konrad probably should have been offered to join the Blood Shields in earlier years. But obviously, things have occurred. But some level of asking should have been offered. And so we've come to this where I think his skill set's appropriate. If the house you don't want Master Huron for the Blood Shields, she kind of puts a foot up and leans forward. I'll gladly take him for a semester or two at the Tactical Collegia. That is in Cheval Lands, if you guys don't remember, I brought it up before, but they have the foremost, number one formal teaching college of warfare in Troikaron, the Collegia Tactica.
So, Omega, curiosity. How often is someone outside of the Cheval and Espada accepted into the Blood Shields?
It's rare. Like I said, usually one or two members of the other houses should be invited. They obviously, have to go through squiring and training to see if they make the cut. But yeah, it's not common. The majority of Blood Shields are drawn from either the direct banner houses under the High King, House Whitestone, I believe, founded it and stuff like that. Whitestone, Pettyroy, etc. Or Espada is the number one contributor just because they produce an excessive amount of swordsmen. Honestly, Cheval being so close probably has a pretty steady supply, but even they don't get as many people in as Espada, so it is a very prestigious invite. But also, obviously, the Blood Shields are the honor guard for the king and the royal family, so, if he, makes the cut, Huron would be in a position where he is basically going to be permanently away from home at this rate.
I don't want to stop her from finishing the point about it, but I think of Leslok's response.
Okay, you can give it.
Huron, I won't force you to do this, but I actually insist for you to take this opportunity.
Huron kind of tilts and scratches his head and says, well, I mean, that sounds a lot like forcing, but...
Yes, I don't want to force, but I insist.
Okay, great.
How about you first ask, what do you want to do?
I initially was, but then I felt that was too indecisive just to put it on, to shuffle the decision.
No,
Okay.
No, ask him his thoughts. You're still the Marquess, and you can tell him fucking go. But it never hurts. It never hurts to hear. It never hurts to hear someone else's feelings on a matter.
I think this is a good opportunity, but how do you actually feel on the matter, Huron?
That's good.
Well, I'm a little surprised, to be honest. Like I said, I don't think I did very good at fencing, but I guess I can hold my own. And I mean, it's he kind of looks around, definitely taking a little bit longer to look at Konrad than the rest, and says, "It is an honor." As none of the rest of you have made Blood Shield. I'm not sure how Mother will feel about me being sent away. And the Duchess does chime in. Yes, technically, I would normally ask his Lady Mother about this, but ultimately, gestures to Leslok, you're head of household. Just because I have an aside, I feel like, now that we've confirmed that Huron is part of the group, Aurelia kind of, folds her arms and says, no comments about my performance. The Duchess actually gives her a level look and, an aside glance and says, sorry, Lady Logi, but you're a sorcerer. If the king decides to reform the White Wardens, I'll make sure you're at the top of the list. But for now, that's a different department than what the Blood Shields are usually concerned with.
I'm trying to remember what the White Ones are.
It has not come up, but you can roll lore.
I would like
I
to.
imagine there might get I can't speak in English.
Yeah.
Might I inquire when he needs to answer by?
Height, or I had 4 1s, but 2 4s.
Probably 2 4s are better. The sorry, we got another Loth meme. So with 2 4s, it's been a long time. The White Wardens is an organization that obviously, as the Duchess just said, is defunct. But it was a group that was founded by a collection of sorcerers and dragon hunters under House Potroy, but also including the Orders of the Veil in Forrester and even the Witches of House Venin, which was basically much like the king, the King's Couriers, etc. There were these organizations under them that at one point the office of Lord Magister had, for lack of a better term, sorcery cops under them, like groups designed to magically protect the High King and the royal family, make sure that bad juju wasn't happening, keep an eye out for sorcerers breaking the covenant. Officially, the White Wardens as an organization was disbanded during the reform of the church when, we had a very clear separation of church and state. The role of the White Wardens is now taken up by the Inquisitorius. But it's like a very old folklore thing you might know about. But
I guess
to Conrad's question, since that was directly asked, she says, it's not immediate. Obviously, you should consult home, but it is the sort of thing that technically is a limited time offer. The Blood Shields, go through spring training and summer maneuvers, just like most other chivalric orders, and acquiescence would be a priority, I'd say. Obviously, you can also net out a refusal. I would say waiting too long and not letting them hear is the worst. She kind of adjusts her riding cloak a little and says, obviously, strictly speaking, I'm not in the chain of command for the Blood Shields, but I am the King's bloody Cavalier, so they kind of sort of have to listen to me, but they are their own culture. It's something to think about. They'll probably have him squired to a knight in service right away and, undergo your training. If you last the couple of years to be free, you'll be knighted by the High King himself. But that brings me to my second point. This is more of an order of business than an offer, but something to think about if you're thinking about sending the lad too far away. Obviously, normally, if he was accepted into the Blood Shields, passed his squireship, and, became a knight, he'd be posted here in the capital. But I don't know if you know, but the king is going to bring up at the Curia tomorrow a request to found an additional company of Blood Shields. As I'm sure some of you may know, the Blood Shields are composed of companies of 100 members. There's only 2 permanent companies. The first company, the Sun Guard, and the Queen's Guard, who, for reasons I cannot fathom, are unnumbered traditionally. As per the laws of the Reform, which goes back into the lore check you just rolled, Leslok, The authority of the crown is limited to a maximum of 8 companies, 1 regiment of blood shields. Currently, there are 3 additional. There's the 2nd company, the Dawn Spears, under Prince Aelius. There's the 3rd company, commanded by Prince Menace. I've heard them informally call themselves the Dusk Blades. And the 4th company, commanded by Princess Estelle. They are too new to have any names or honors, but they exist. Now, she kind of rotates to face her comments more directly to Leslok. As your new fiancée, Nerissa Pettiroy, is titled the 5th Princess, she is entitled to command of a Blood Shield company as a personal honor guard. Since her father is the Lord Commander of the Blood Shields, it's never been a priority for us to maintain her safety. She's been surrounded by Blood Shields her whole bloody life anyway. And she's trained with the Dragon Dancers as a Lancer. But you've got a high-profile engagement. She'll be leaving the Crownlands. It could be the good time to ask for a founding. I'm also going to be honest. It's something I've noticed more recently, but obviously has to do with things before your time as Marquess. But it seems like dark omens follow House Logi like flies follow time, so security wouldn't go out of question. She, kind of gestures and nods to herself. Now, main issue to talk about at the King's Council would be funding. Founding a new company means issuing new uniforms, arms and armor, training and quartering the men. Also, honors, every company has a banner, a standard, etc. I'm sure you are all familiar with the normal ways of chivalric orders, but the Blood Shields are different. They are the most elite and prestigious. They are invitation only. So unlike other military units in chivalric orders, prospects don't have to buy all their own war gear. But this does mean that the crown or other means have to raise the funding for the company. Also, I'll be frank with you. You've already discussed with my husband Geralf about your food shortages. Hopefully, we can oblige you in that respect, fully with all of the appropriate harvesting grains and so on. But a new company, a 5th company. It's been bloody years since there was a 5th company of Blood Shields. It's honestly kind of funny that the church thought they would have to cap the crown at 8, but many years since you've had that number. A 5th company would have no history in anybody's living memory. They would have no honors, no name, That means that every lordling and duelist in Troikarum would try to apply themselves to filling out those 100 slots. Obviously, little secret, but while there's only 100 formal members in each company, squires, pages, and various other staff members are not always counted in that 100. So the new company would not literally be 100 new men. Some of them would be career Blood Shields, and I'm sure we'd have to farm. We'd have to pick officers. I'm honest, like I said, they're outside of my chain of command. I'm not privy to what the collection would be, but it would probably be someone who has passing familiarity with Princess Nerissa. What's up, Dallas?
Could I make a empathy check?
Yeah, sure. If you want to read her.
Oh, no, not on her.
Oh, who do you want to read?
On Huron.
Okay.
Anyway,
just checking to see how much his pupils are dilated at this point.
So basically, what's happening, Loth, is that the good Duchess is basically saying, if we can probably help get some funds to get a 5th company up, which would go toward Nerissa Pettiroy, who is our good Marquis's new fiancé, there is a good possibility that Huron would be put, in said company, and therefore,
which will probably means if she goes to Norland by next year, we have now a company of Blood Shields in Norla.
Yes, that's what the founding is for.
Yes.
So you're looking at both a political asset, well, yes, it is a nepotism, but it would be an earned hire for Huron to, honestly, probably if he made the rank of knight, he would probably be put in as an ensign.
Yeah,
it's still a knight position.
Yeah. He would have to make it under his own merits, but if he did, he would probably be shuffled into this new company because he'd have familiarity. And yes, eventually this would probably turn into a might asset for your company. You would have 100 blood shields who are supposed to be the best, fencers
They
and
are the
duelists
elite.
in Troy Corone.
Yes, no, like this is actually a
This is a
very interesting
wonderful-
political move. Like that's why that's why everyone's going, oh.
So
This
it's
is
But
like
also, she is warning
Yeah.
you that because this is a political move, every motherfucker who thinks they're a good swordsman is going to try and get in this company.
So we need
Mhm.
to move sooner rather than later, and we need to show our support for the Fifth Company.
Which means we might need more, but to get more money somehow.
Well,
Okay, let's fund the Fifth
Well-
Fleet.
well,
Do I have to get back in the Orichalcum mines?
no, we can't solve
I don't wanna-
everything. We can't solve everything with you making orichalcum. No,
Yeah.
like if I think we mentioned this earlier. Inos mentioned this earlier. What we should probably actually be doing is opening more mines.
I mean, I would say, I know you said you didn't have any questions before, but that is actually a use of, I explicitly wrote this as a use of the spell Mother Guide Me. You can ask, dear Dea Tacita, where's some fucking silver?
Actually,
Where's,
Great
I
Lady of
need
the
some gems.
Mountains.
Where the fuck are they? Where'd you hide them?
Oh, Great Lady of the
Actually, Megan, can I
Mountains,
also-
could you point us which mountains have shiny shit in them?
I also do mirror mirror to be like, where is like a great amount of treasure that is not claimed?
Actually, yes, that is a specific enough question. I think you could ask Mirror Mirror. But yeah,
within the lens of Norlon, where is a mass amount of treasure that is unclaimed?
yeah. So she and like I said, the Duchess would bring this up and basically says that like, now obviously this is a matter of crown authority. Strictly speaking, you don't have the authority to refuse a founding, but at the King's Council, you could push for or against the company to try and arrange the circumstances of it. And I see all the looks in your faces. You're thinking, oh, we've got to support this. Obviously, that could work. But if you support it, that probably means that, well, I'm sure he doesn't mean any
foot the
harm
bill.
by it. But Baron Oro is the treasurer. He's going to want you to help pay for it if you like it so much. And I'm sure the Lord Chamberlain will quake in his boots about buying another 100 swords or something.
We'll make.
Oh, the Lord. Wait, is the
feel like
Lord
we could make
Chamberlain
a-
Lord Ferretti?
Wait.
Yeah.
Is the Lord Chamberlain? Well, at least the Lord Chamberlain owes us one.
So
It's true. If
No-
you were perhaps a little more hesitant,
technically,
and you
100
could pull it
knowledge.
off convincingly, you might encourage the other houses to bring more to bear. But you're playing a very delicate game. If you appear to turn down the good fortune of, because obviously you've put it together, I've presented it to you this way, everybody at the King's Council is going to understand this is a veiled boon for House Logi.
Yes.
If you appear to turn down the king's generosity, that would reflect poorly on you socially. It's something you've
course.
got to think about. I can't make those decisions for you. But, you're a young kid, and I like the cut of your jib, so.
Hmm.
I gotta tell you,
Omega, I have a question, and this was
Yeah.
to do with I think my internet cut out. Who
Yeah.
did she say she beat to get here?
She said she threatened to arm Russell, Grand Duke Russell, the Lord Marshal, who is also Lord Commander of the Blood Shield.
Now I get why this happened.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was a different person.
Yeah,
That makes more
Like I
sense.
said, I don't need you
Okay.
guys to roll empathy. I think you guys have been hanging out with them enough. There's a very interesting dynamic where the King's Cavalier is the High King. His they're besties basically.
Mhm.
Like she's Roderick's best and oldest friend. Russell is the younger brother, but he's also in charge of the Blood Shield. So like technically he is like responsible
They
for all that.
probably get along, but it's just an odd dynamic.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where like their authorities sometimes overlap, and both of them probably do what they think is best for the High King. And obviously, also Russell has a vested interest in. Like you said, he was very pro this arrangement when Leslok asked him, but that was before you guys got jumped by black dogs in the middle of the day. So like, Nerissa can look after herself, but
Mhm.
I'm thinking of. I don't know who Leslok could ask about Norland's ability to like actually produce like the arms and armor for
you
the company.
asked yourself. What's
Yeah.
your?
So we We have the technology.
Yeah, we have the stuff for it. We could
Let's
produce.
see.
We could make 100 swords.
Your best role is territory plus sovereignty to increase might.
I think we could
like,
produce.
We also have
here.
Smiths and Foundries as one of our.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like,
Yeah.
that's,
I was
that's
thinking
literally
about it.
the bonus.
I
That's
feel
your
like
best
as a
role.
gesture is that we could produce the swords and armor.
Well, no, not as a gesture, as support.
But
like you got to like
as
this-
support.
As the
We will
funding.
outfit
Like
the
that,
company.
like literally at the King's Council, tomorrow when the King proposes, yes, I would like to found a 5th company of blood shields. Who, so you could like bang your hand, your hand on the desk or the railing and be like,
Norlon will outfit the company.
yeah,
As we-
Tyne supports this, and in fact, we would offer arms and armor,
Yeah.
the finest arms and armor.
As we are doing our little like Fire Emblem pause time to strategize section,
Yeah.
I think this is a good idea personally.
Well, I think it's a good idea, but I also think it is important to
Do it correctly.
to do correctly. Because again, like the other as always, the other houses are gonna, hem and haw over such things.
Well, luckily we at least have some way to kowtow the Lord Chancellor, because I don't think he wants to piss us off too soon.
No. Honestly, the thing that you probably like, as the good Duchess said, is we also have to probably be more wary of is actually Baron Oro.
Yeah, Baron Oro, like I said, she said he's just going to think of it as business. It's going to be personal, but he is the royal treasurer. It is literally his job to pay for this, so he is going to be the hardest sell in that respect.
Yeah.
Well,
you
and
guys
that
don't know what the Lord Chancellor Marquess Espada would think about it.
yeah. If nothing else, if you can wing it nicely, you might want to infer to the good Baron that, maybe a bit of help on his side will help, help with some trading agreements later. Because again, you still haven't finalized that trade agreement.
Yeah, you have not negotiated yet.
So if you can at some point in the honestly, if you could, I would try to track down Baron Oro before the meeting and try to get him on your side. If you do it during the meeting, I think that's a little gauche. Saying, "Hey, Baron Oro, support."
You'd have some time in the morning. You might be able to get up early and catch him.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll make it.
I think the Oro people are not necessarily early risers.
Yes, but and maybe given some trade concessions to get him to be a little bit more supportive of the of the founding of Bloodshield, because this seems to be more of a long-term benefit, but it's a company of fucking Blood Shield, man.
Yeah, and it's like
Like I said, this would
that's
probably
like might
turn into
and
a might
something else.
asset. Yeah.
That's like might and
Also,
something
it's a
else.
status thing.
Yeah.
Like, how many other countries are host to a
Oh shit, that means we're gonna
company of blood shields? It's just us and Spada, right?
Espada would not directly host the Blood Shields, but they would go with like the Queen's Guard would go with the Queen if she visits home. But I would also bring up this is a thing that Leslok and Logesh witnessed. Literally, the Queen used the fact that if she and the princess made a state visit back to Tempest, during the spring after the festival, they would be bringing 2 companies of blood shields with them. That was like used as a bargaining chip, basically, to settle a dispute between Oro and Espada.
Yes.
Because Espada was like, these Desert Kith bandits, they're a problem, but Baron Oro won't let me send men over the border. And Baron Oro's like, yeah, I don't want you to send men over the border. What do you do if your men don't leave the border? What if you send me the bozos?
What if they think it's more profitable to take all my people's belongings instead of going
What
back?
if they decide they like gold?
But
and So like it is a powerful tool.
yes, but so what I would suggest for you, Axe, is to get up early tomorrow, find Baron Oro, hammer out the trade agreement beforehand, and get support. Make some concessions to get his support in the forming of the 5th company, because that's going to protect you. That's going to protect Narissa, and probably going to protect Huron if we does decide to go with
Also, we
Speaking
can
of Huron,
intimate. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Konrad will go over to Huron and kind of put his hands on his shoulders.
Be right back.
It's up to
And
you,
cough
brother.
directly into her face.
It's up to you, brother.
Yes.
I think you're proper for this, but it's ultimately up to you to decide. You, not mother.
Ooh, man, you're
Oh,
what's your empathy like, Konrad?
It's at like 6.
Oh, come on!
Roll that for me real quick.
Yeah, it's 6.
Am I the only one who can't read people?
yes.
Yes.
That is the joke.
Oh.
Wow, did I
Damn.
get? Yeah, I got straight, or not straight, but I
Okay,
got no
okay.
matches. So
Yeah, no matches. Damn.
Ten high.
Wait, question: could I do lucky for Conrad?
No, you can't
Don't
be
worry
lucky
about it,
for Comrade. It needs to be his
Okay.
advantage. Yeah. I won't spell it. If you'd succeeded, I would have spelled it out with text. But I will just say, even if you don't succeed, you can see a couple of different things warring within Huron. To put this in a mechanical perspective, Huron may have conflicting motivations. He may have a duty or mission which would lead him to accept. Or maybe his duty or mission is, to follow with Mother, but it's at odds with his craving. So like he's fighting with himself right now. But ultimately, I think he is gonna kind of like kind of clasp his hands on your shoulders as he stands up and kind of does turn to the Duchess and says, "I'll do it. I'll accept. It'll be hard work, but I will." Does kind of like aside back to Conrad and says, "Even if we're not asking, someone's going to have to tell Mother, though. I'm sure she won't mind. It's very prestigious."
Sorry,
Oh, no.
quick reminder. Huron was the one who came to Logesh for talk about the
Yeah, he
quattrons,
wanted
right?
tutoring on Quattrum, yeah.
I think, as just as a cousin, Logesh would speak up and just say, "This is a big decision. Think carefully, think tactically, logically, but also emotionally. It's a big step."
I feel like Kieran has to like pause and scratch his head, and he's like, "Cousin, do you normally think in 4 directions at once?
Yeah.
What are you so bloody
Yes, he does. It's
I'm
very
pretty sure
annoying.
it does. That's why I can't bite him and quatter him.
And I do like that Nicola just says, yes, he's very annoying. I mean, actually, you have unconventional strategies still, right?
Yes. Remember,
so no.
Yes.
the idea for Logesh was that he's just slightly autistic, or just on the spectrum.
He knows how to just make a thing that the best odds cannot surpass.
He is
him.
a savant.
Yeah, he's he's very hyper fixated on a few things. Yeah,
He's good at what he does, but other way, he's like.
I
well,
tried.
no, I think you've all had a good argument. I think it would be good. I'd like to apply myself to this position, and then the Duchess kind of picks up her hat and says, "Well, good on you, lad. Like I said, terrible shame, but maybe you'll take a couple semesters of the collegiate anyway. But
I think I know
we'll
what my new mission is.
formalize it in the upcoming days. You'll receive a formal invitation, I'm sure, which will be very fancy, very high quality parchment, big red ribbon and wax seal and all that.
So,
But we'll work out the details. But remember, at the
Conrad.
King's Council, where you're all invited, including your spooky one, I don't know where he went.
He was mourning today.
I think he went up to his room.
Aren't we all? But you'll all have an opportunity.
So Conrad,
Mm.
do you
Yeah.
want to send a letter to Lady Isolde, or do you want me to pen a letter to Lady Isolde?
Wrong name, but
Lady
That's the
Maja.
wrong.
Lady
Fucking.
Maja. Lady Maja.
No, it's a game I'm playing. And literally, the name Isolde is on fucking screen. Fucking autistic.
Dallas
I mean,
can't do 2 things at once.
I mean, I sent her a letter a couple days ago. Should probably wait at least a week before sending another one.
I'll send a letter.
Well, I do
Okay.
want to remind everyone that we do have a Harpy courier at our convenience, but she knows.
I'm sure he left.
Yeah, she left, but she'll probably be back not too long.
I'm pretty sure that was on like day 1 or 2. So actually, I want to say
He's probably back by
Um,
yesterday.
that because this is the end of session. We've come to the end of day 5. This was the big
Yes.
discussion point I had to drop on you.
Uh-huh.
Literally wrote this today, by the way. I was just thinking to myself about like, oh yeah, Huron did really good in the melee. because the invitation to the blood shields and like how that works has been a political thing that's been in the back of my mind for a while. Like I said, technically Logesh or Konrad probably should have gotten an invitation to join them, but it just didn't work with the timing. But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That
I got
makes
8
sense.
episodes.
yeah. Because like I said, it's very prestigious, but it is also kind of like you like don't get to go home until you retire because you are in the capital.
But if there's a company of blood shields that are in Norlon,
We gotta get something to house them, but yeah. But that's a small part of this at all.
don't worry. What's the skill of the like smooth talk over letters?
Graces.
Okay, I have the ability to do that.
Yeah. The only other thing I want to note is that after real quick is after Duchess Cheval leaves, Kevis would have, gone inside, but he does actually take a couple of seconds to, look around the foyer. He excuses himself when you take that business. He does like kind of walk the grounds of Torchlight Hall and kind of like, examine your back gate, examine your walls and stuff, and just kind of, be silently musing to himself. And does kind of make some notes, but he's not going to make a thing out of it unless you guys discuss to him. He'll probably like go a few minutes after Duchess Cheval does.
No, Leslok can do what he wants with his boy toy. I have to write a letter.
You didn't have to say it out loud.
I didn't say that out loud in game.
There are a lot of
Internal
things we didn't
monologue.
say out loud.
Was
so
it the pegging comment?
Yeah, it was a begging comment.
Also, wait,
What?
what letter are
Oh,
you
what
writing?
did
Not Enos.
I ain't writing no letter.
Nicola.
I was planning on.
well, I was
going
gonna
to
say you don't have to
Lady
draft that
Soulbite.
one just yet because
But if
so
you don't
Maja.
want me to, I won't. Maja.
order of business for tomorrow's session.
Fucking stupid.
3 things. 1, because it's been like 5 days, and I think she said it would take her like 3 days each a leg. Kelena's gonna be back. So she will deliver you responses to your letters from home if they warrant any responses, and updates. And if you want new messages, you can give them to her. So expect that tomorrow morning. You're gonna have the King's Council, and then I'm going to want a prospective guest list for your garden party because that should be that afternoon as well. And then after that, you guys are uncommitted. You will basically have probably about a week of free time before the prince actually sets out on his tour, so you can decide who you're sending back, who you're keeping. Konrad can decide, what night he wants to. Yeah, he can kick over some guys.
Get some
So
leads.
he's got some
'cause-
plenty.
I mean,
of
was
free time.
gonna do tonight, but the Duchess
think
showed
I'm-
up, so
Yeah. You got. Some,
You
I
can't
know,
get away
I got
from
some
her.
extra business on you. Well, also, I think she,
I beg
like
her.
I said, like a very pressing conversation. But yeah,
I had this in my head of like, as like in the study, telling to Kevin, it's like I don't know if it's dramatically in my mind. It's like I need you to solve the mystery of my father's murder. That feels like the kick stinger for like a book.
I mean, I think with Kepis, he would just be like, pull out his pocket watch and just be like, already working on it. Because like as Lucky just commented, I don't need you guys to roll anything. That's very clearly, obviously, what Kevis is doing. He's never visited the scene of the crime as it was, so he is quite literally like being
The
like.
big question is which one is going to end up being Shrrlrrk and which one is
Shrrlrrk?
Shrrlrrk. Shrrrlrrk.
Shrrrlrrk Hrrlrrms.
Oh,
That's
she's
all-
more like Sherlock.
Legally
Sherlock.
distinct Sherlock.
I mean, that's Sherlock Holmes. So.
I am Shrrlrrk Holmes.
Shrrlrrk Hrrlrrms.
It's even funnier spelled out like that. What the fuck?
I think that's gonna be the capper on the session. So the things to think about for next time is we're gonna have much more free time, like not structured time, but you need to pick like who's staying, who's sending, and then think about like I'm gonna give you letters from home, and you're gonna be able to write letters back places. You're gonna
I am
attend
not
the
joyless.
King's Council, and like I said, you're gonna plan for your garden party. So that's our plans for next time.
Oh my
That
god.
is going to be
I
the end
don't
to
know.
our session number 20. Beautiful, wonderful
I don't-
stuff.
I think I cleared my
I'll
mission
look
because I
for it
think
first.
I really got a bold debut. I think.
Yeah, no, she definitely clinched it in those last couple days.
I also my new mission is. I probably need to work on the wording, but it's. I'm thinking it's something like this.
Okay, he's typing. Otherwise, EXP, you all showed up. I think you were all good and in character. Oh, that is actually a good mission. Yeah, like I said, you may want to write that differently. As like maybe found. Founding is kind of the language you're using.
I'll do found the Fifth Company of Blood Shields.
Yeah.
Have a
And like I said,
franchise of the Fifth Company of Blood
there's-
Shields.
And each company, like I said, they have like little subtitles and like other stuff. Like
I was thinking on a name. It's hard to think of. It's like.
I mean,
Is
they're
Omega-
all so far are like themed around like times of day. Like there's a reason why.
Give me a list of all the names they have so I can think on it.
Sure, I'll type it out later. But so I think everybody got their normal Tuzen. I do believe that once again, unless it was like literally in the middle of the session last time,
I added I added 2 texts.
yeah, I think Axe had some comments and Lucky whipped out a couple as well. I think that was it for the bonus points.
I think I get 4 today.
But if anybody had any missions related to the Festival of the Rising Dragon, the festival is over. I think
Omega. Okay.
Leslok may be the only one for that. What you got?
Well, I want to wait till you finish the recording.
Okay, we'll pack it up then. Anything else you want to say for the recording then?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
All right, good.
Yep.
All
Good
right,
night, everybody.
don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thanks so much for tuning in. This was 4 heckin' Hourinos. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.